Oh, good. Good. I think. Right? We're fine. I say as I immediately just take a quick glance to make sure my mic is actually working, and it seems it is. Oops. Ha! Alright. So. We're continuing, Kazuma's route. And my mouse is gonna get out of the way, please. Let's see. We're in chapter 3. And we're starting chapter 3 anyway. We will not forget my breakdown at the end of chapter 2. It won't go away. We are saddened by the news of Harada. We're gonna encounter more bad news, I swear. Because if any route was to be historically accurate, it had probably is Kazuma's. I'm prepared and not prepared, but we shall go anyway. Let's go. Summer was in full spring by the time we had reached Utsunomiya. No, I don't know. Now, only having done Yamazaki and Saito's route all the way through, I don't quite know this part of history as well as I should the beginning of it. But I guess I'm gonna find out through Kazuma. So we're wherever the hell we are. Originally, Utsunomiya Castle was considered a stronghold for former shogunate soldiers who were forcibly driven from Edo, but the Imperial Army laid a quick siege of the fortress and usurped control of it without much opposition. By the time we arrived, the castle had recovered from the waves of cannon fire. Hadn't recovered from the waves of cannon fire that ravaged its exterior, which told us everything we needed to know. Kazuma. My heart was still reeling from Shiranui's revelation that Harada had died in Ueno. So is mine! Oh god, hold on. At first, I wasn't sure if I could bear to listen to another bit of terrible news, but I had to persevere. Please, go on. As soon as I answered him, Kazuma tilted his head downwards and spoke quietly. That's unusual of him, but okay. Dad? Kondo, a paragon of benevolence and leadership. How tragic that he had been denied an honorable death by way of seppuku, and it broke my heart thinking that he was decapitated like some criminal. Ah! For a moment, I remained silent, softly turning these thoughts over in my head as Kazuma looked away. No. I believe you. When Dr. Matsumoto notified me of Kondo's surrender, I considered this to be the worst-case scenario. I buried the thought somewhere, clinging to the thin hope that he would be rescued, or maybe they would show him mercy for his character. But hearing Kazuma say it Having it become real through his curt, impersonal words was a devastating blow at a time when I was reaching my limit. So what does this mean for the Shinsengumi now? Kondo proudly served as the Shinsengumi's chief, and without him, I wonder how they would adapt now that they had been put under the microscope. His questions seemed less interrogative and more interest in my feelings, which I appreciated. However, I figured he was intuitive enough to know that my opinion on the matter was unchanged, and I answered him resolutely. I looked him square in the eye. I'm going to Aizu too. I'm going to go wherever the Shinsengumi men are. September 1868. Kazuma smirked, and together he and I set off on another expedition north to locate the Shinsengumi. En route to Aizu, it caught our notice that many other travelers were wearing Western clothing, and Kazuma and I feared my kimono would attract suspicion. Thus, I was forced to wear a different disguise, one curated by Kazuma in the clothes he had made for me. He got us clothes? Alright. As I acquainted myself with these new foreign clothes, the summer faded into September 1868. After a long and encompassing journey, Kazuma and I set foot in Aizu, gazing at the peripheral view of its vast, deciduous landscape. Tensions boiled under the surface of anticipation of the upcoming battles, particularly in the small settlements and villages surrounding the area of Shirakawa. Yeah, I did say that right. Shirakawa. It was here that we reunited with Amagiri, who was accompanied by members of the Satsuma domain. That's months ago. And now it's September. It's like 3 months ago. After being dealt another crushing wave of defeats, the Aizu soldiers began retreating back to Aizu Castle. To my knowledge, their plan was to fortify the castle and hold it for months on end in the hopes of exhausting the Imperial Army into leaving them be. Is that where the Shinsengumi is headed then? This is such a strange way that this route is going. Like, at first the whole thing was to just, beat Kondo and Kaoru and no more Fury business. And then Kazuma decided, I'm gonna help you locate the Shinsengumi. Out of the good of my heart, because, feelings, I guess. This is a weird route, and I don't know how I feel about it with everything. I guess we'll get to the end and see what the fuck I feel. Although the stakes were dangerous, I was driven by the pipe dream of going to visit them. Over 6 months had passed since I was separated from the Shinsengumi in Kyoto. My search for them led me all over the country, from Osaka, Edo, and now Utsunomiya. By the time I arrived at whatever location I thought they'd be, however, they were already marching to the scene of their next battle. Chasing them was proving to be a useless endeavor, like trying to grasp smoke with your hands, and each time they were narrowly out of reach. Would our reunion actually ever happen? Or would each of them succumb to a fate similar to Kondo's or Harada's before I saw them? I was becoming gripped with a mixture of fear and anxiety, which prompted me to speak up. I would like to head to Aizu Castle.
冗談ならば笑えぬ。本気で言っているならなおさら笑えんな。お前は今の状況を分かっておらぬのか。若松城は新政府軍に包囲され、厳しい戦いの最中にあるのだぞ。
I understand, but that's the only lead we have about where the Shinsengumi could be. I've missed them 3 times in a row, and I don't know if I could stomach never seeing them. I don't know if I'll ever be able to. I halted myself, biting my tongue to keep from contemplating the worst. Kazuma's expression, however, was as aloof as ever.
仮に連中が若松城にいるとしよう。だが今さらお前がその場に行ったとて、それでどうする？いや、どうなる？
Well,
むざむざ死にに行くようなものだ。愚かとしか言いようがない。
but I'm not trying to do anything once I get there. I didn't need Kazuma's sharp criticism, nor had I expected to come and rescue the Shinsengumi. I just needed him to understand how I felt. Will Kazuma get it? I don't know. For some strange reason, I decided today I would attempt to wear eyeshadow, and I don't know. Yeah, my eyes are watering, which isn't good, but anyway, I want to see everyone while I still can. I don't know if I could bear the thought of never seeing them again before something happens to them, like Kondo or Harada. Bitch, yes! I'm not going to let them kill me.
犬死にでなくてなんだというのだ。近藤勇は罪人として斬首され、その首を三条河原にさらされている。
Sanjo Ohashi, a location in which the heads of beheaded criminals are publicly displayed as an act of shame. Ah!
上野の戦で命を落としたあの原田という男も人間どもにその名を称えられることはあるまい。
Say something else about Harada, I swear to God, Kazuma.
奴らの名はせいぜい逆賊として人間どもの記憶に刻まれるだけだ。
Kazuma made a lot of sense. If the Imperial Army emerged as the definitive victor at the end of this, then the Shinsengumi would likely be written off as a band of rogue delinquents, warping the truth about their heroic service for Kyoto and its people. But I will remember. There are people upstairs making fucking noises. If they heard me. I hear the noises. They're stomping around upstairs. It doesn't matter if people mischaracterize the Shinsengumi from who they really were. I will honor their memory, and you can make damn sure that I'll never forget it. I could almost hear Kazuma gnashing his teeth as he glared at me chillingly.
ここまで愚かな女だとは思わなかった。
Bitch.
よかろう。ならば好きにするがいい。
Bitch, but he's still willing to do it. An awkward tension lingered in the space of our conversation. making me unsure if Kazuma was upset or just frustrated by my unwillingness to cooperate. His eyes were like daggers sinking into my forehead. I could barely speak, let alone breathe.
二人とも少し落ち着いてください。我々が争ってどうするのですか。風間もらしくありませんね。娘一人に怒りをあらわにするなど。
Has Kazuma been around other women? Because I feel like he hasn't.
この娘があまりにも愚かなことを言うからだ。
And yet you go after Chizuru. What is your logic?
これ以上話していても時間の無駄だ。俺は他に用がある。行かせてもらうぞ。
Kazuma's biting tone left me feeling so uncomfortable. He spun around on his heel and walked away from us without another word. I contemplated calling his name to clear the air, but instead I bit my lips, too nervous to take any action.
追いかけた方がいいですよ。
Huh? Immediately followed by a yawn.
風間は気分屋ではありますが、わけもなく怒りを表に出す男ではありません。
I wasn't following what Amagiri was trying to convey. Nonetheless, he continued on in an admonishing tone. In an admonishing tone. Ugh.
焦る気持ちはわかりますが、君一人ではそもそも若松城までたどり着けません。それは君にも分かっているでしょう。
はい。
それにそもそも新選組の面々がまだ若松城にとどまっているかどうかも分かっていません。
Walking sucks!
私は今から新選組の足取りを調べてくるつもりです。
Okay, I see a missed opportunity. Why isn't Amagiri an option? Amagiri is kind of a sweet boy now that you think about it. Like, he's doing this. He's actually doing this for us. Probably under Kazuma's order, but I think he just does it because he actually genuinely just likes us.
君はその間に風間と話してくるといい。
Amagiri, thank you so much.
いえ、これも私の役目ですから。
Yo, look at him smile! I don't think I ever remember Amagiri smiling. Holy shit. With that said, Amagiri bowed his head and vanished like mist into thin air. I turned my head in all directions, looking to see where Kazuma had run off to, but by the time I found him, the sun was setting into a warm pool of orange in the horizon. Kazuma? I timidly called out to him. He turned his head to gaze at me, but he paid me no mind and continued walking at the same pace. God damn it, Kazuma! Where are you going?
共に来るつもりなら黙ってついてこい。行けばわかる。
I don't like the sound of that. But I sprinted up to where he had been walking so that we could have an open discussion, but he seemed unwilling to entertain any such thing. I peeked at him confusedly, and I was struck with the most peculiar feeling of déjà vu. Huh? A row of trees loomed over the forested path, and its neat arrangement reminded me of a welcoming ceremony. My nose tingled with the most familiar scent. A fragrant patch of morning glories dotted the lush meadows surrounding the trail. My body was trying to tell me something, consuming me with this vague sense of yearning. It all felt so surreal to me, and I couldn't place my finger on what it was. I was being imbued with this ambient energy, a kind of serene grace that put my tired heart at ease.
ここだ。
Before I had an opportunity to voice how strangely I felt, Kazuma stopped walking. This place was... Oh my goodness. My eyes scanned the environment, hitting me with a blast of nostalgia that nearly brought me to my knees. Beside us was a charred hut with a fallen support beam cutting through the middle of it, and my mind immediately filled in the blanks of what it used to be. We arrived at a village, and in the middle was a decayed well, encircled by overgrown weeds. I picked up on the life that used to inhabit this place. Shards of an old bucket were scattered around the well, and an old doll laid in the grass near my feet. There was no mistaking it. This is the village I was born? I asked Kazuma shakily. Kazuma neglected to answer me and shut his eyes. Just then, something caught his attention in the distance, and Kazuma darted up a small hill to see what it was. To my surprise, we saw... Kaoru? We found him collapsed in a bed of flowers, and my heart dropped. On the side of his ribcage was gauze that had been completely soaked with blood. I was under the impression that he had attempted to treat the injury inflicted by Kazuma, but it wouldn't surprise me to learn that he fled to this village in anticipation of death's cold embrace, left to suffer his last bitter moments alone.
すでに息はないようだな。
I took comfort, at least, in the fact that his expression seemed rather peaceful. Part of me almost believed that, after the evening passed, he'd wake up to greet the morning dawn, and we could talk about everything that happened. Just then, a flashback hit me like a speeding bullet. It was from years ago, back when he and I lived in the seclusion of Yukimura village. Brother! Brother! I want to see the field of flowers again. Please, take me.
ダメだよ、あそこは。
Why not?
女鬼は弱いから、危ないところに連れて行っちゃダメだって父様たちに怒られたんだ。
But I was fine. Did you tell them? Chizuru doesn't need help.
それでもダメなんだよ。僕は男鬼なんだから。男鬼は女鬼を守るのが役目なんだから。
I finally remembered. I don't know what caused me to forget years ago. Why, when my village was set ablaze, had Kaoru risk his life to protect me?
なぜなく。
It wasn't until Kazuma pointed it out that I realized there were tears falling down my face. I just remembered something important.
大切なことだと。
I nodded. It wasn't just Kaoru that saved me either. Father carried the two of us in his arms, barreling down the mountain as fast as he could. Afterwards, he took me in and gave me the best childhood I could have ever asked for. I was loved. There are so many people who protected and cared for me, most of all Father and Kaoru.
そうか。
Kazuma didn't press the subject further. The two of us listened to the gentle hum of the wind passing through the forsaken village, grazing against the burned wood creaking far away.
お前の兄の墓を作ってやろう。雪村一族の棟梁の墓をな。
Together we hiked to the highest peak of the hill that overlooked the rest of the village, and it was here that we buried Kaoru's remains. Kazuma kept his eyes fixed on the grave for a few minutes after we finished patting the dirt, and eventually he reached for the canteen hanging on the side of his belt and poured it gently on top of the grave. The sake reflected the glimmering moonlight as it fell from the canteen, seeping deep into the soil. Kazuma was expressionless, watching the alcohol drip from his bottle towards his feet. His eyes glowed with melancholy, and I wondered to myself if Kazuma was regretful about how things transpired between the two of them.
人間どもに里を滅ぼされなければ、かの者が棟梁となっていただろうにな。
His sentiment was so heavy, and it seemed like the both of us were learning how to navigate the nuance of our grief together. For this, I was appreciative. If it weren't for the humans... It was a lofty question, one I would likely ponder for the remainder of my life. Things could have manifested so differently for Kaoru and Father. At the very least, they could have made an impact on their people, unburdened by the curse of vengeance that unfairly plagued the rest of their short lives. Kaoru originally mentioned something about wanting to use the Furies to rebuild the remnants of the Yukimura clan, but I think, in the end, all of it was a facade to mask the trauma inflicted by those wicked humans. In essence, Kaoru wanted to preserve the picture of this village and everything it stood for. Maybe, just maybe, he'd wanted to reclaim some of those memories that were viciously stripped from him. Oh my god, a message! I can't look at it. He was just a boy whose every step was met with tragic misfortune. He died just as he lived, alone. It was the only way I could explain the myth of Kaoru without slumping into depression. My wish was that his last moments were painless, that he had been able to reconcile his hatred as he laid in the meadow of the one place he loved. Kazuma.
なんだ。
I know that my father and Kaoru committed unforgivable crimes against humanity and our people, but even so, do you think it would be okay for me to remember them as gentle, kind people? Father's serum was catastrophic, responsible for the deaths of countless warriors and innocent people. For them to violate the natural order of demonhood and all that encompassed our sacred existence, okay, was a mark of condemnation to Kazuma and his kin.
好きにしろ。鬼の掟でも心の中まで縛ることはできまい。
Demon's Code. A code of law that demands demons never to involve themselves with humankind, never to kill their kin, and never to break a vow. Huh. Now I'm trying to remember, did Kazuma ever Did Kazuma promise that we'd find the Shinsengumi? I can't remember.
たとえ罪人とされようとも、かの者たちはお前の父であり、兄だ。
His words made me sigh in relief. Hold on a second. Yo, what the fuck? Right, okay. Okay, something happened upstairs. Don't know what, something fell. Can I ask you one more... Rude. Can I ask you one more question? Rude. I keep hearing thumps upstairs. Demons far surpass humans in strength and ability, don't they? How can you explain what happened to my people? How were humans able to destroy my clan? Kazuma tilted his head, peering into my eyes inquisitively. Perhaps he was testing me to see if I could handle the truth. To be honest, I was unsure if I could, but it was a question that needed answering. Eventually.
薩摩や長州、土佐、西の諸藩は幕府を倒すため我ら鬼の力を借りようとした。もともと縁があった風間や白縫のみならず、東国の鬼の力もな。
It was then that they asked the Yukimura clan.
だが、お前の一族は人間同士の争いに関わることを良しとせず、その誘いを断ったらしい。
Having demons as ally was crucial not only for their untold powers, but because having them as enemies was an extremely dangerous proposition. Because the Yukimura clan expressed no interest in helping them, the anti-shogunate domains interpreted. Oh, okay. Interpreted is refusal as a challenge to their authority. That's why my clan was destroyed? That was their justification for killing my people? I cried out in defeat, and Kazuma turned to gaze at the scorched village below the hill. It was futile. The past couldn't be changed.
実の両親を殺した人間どもが憎いか。人間同士の争いには関与せん。それが鬼の本来あるべき姿だ。だからお前の一族は鬼としての矜持を貫き、誘いを断った。だが人間どもは天下取りのため、戦を嫌う一族を襲って滅ぼしたのだ。
I directed my gaze towards the floor as Kazuma muttered words of comfort. Can we please substitute floor for ground? Because there is no floor, only the ground because we're outside! His voice was hushed, hovering just above a whisper, and he continued.
雪村一族のことをお前に詳しく明かすつもりはなかった。だが、この地まで来てしまった以上、避けては通れぬことだ。お前は人間が憎くはないのか。
How should I respond? Well, the guide says. I'm just heartbroken. There's a part of me that thinks about how I should hate them. But there's something overriding that angry voice, and instead, I just feel sorrow. I'm just so heartbroken.
悲しいだと。
I nodded. When I first learned of what compelled Father and Kaoru to embark on this path of vengeance, all I felt was sorrow. Grief had taken me entirely. I had been reminded of the family I used to know, as well as the parents that I would never know. My real father and mother, as well as the rest of the Yukimura clan. Do you know how they died?
俺も詳しくは知らぬ。ただ、襲ってきた人間どもに対し、鬼の力を振るうことはなかったと聞いている。自分たちが死してもなお、人と争わぬという鬼の誇りを貫いたのだろうな。
As Kazuma and I walked through the village, I kneeled down and touched my fingers to the burned pillow I'd seen when we first arrived. Had I touched this pillar as a child? Now it was dried, a dried and freezing surface. Is there no way for us to live in a world where everyone can coexist peacefully? Why couldn't we all laugh and live in harmony with one another? Why was the pursuit of peace so entrenched in the deaths of innocent lives? The Shinsengumi exposed me to so many different walks of life. A range of motivations, ideologies, and ambitions. When two opposing parties were unwilling to compromise, then it usually led to war. But all anyone should be concerned about is helping out their fellow man. Surely, we all had this goal in common. It just breaks my heart to see that people are so willing to inflict pain on others.
そうか。悲しいか。
Kazuma took this opportunity to console me, rather than refute me, and he nodded quietly. There was a kind twinkle in Kazuma's eyes, which I had noticed to be uncharacteristically placid when I looked at him.
そうだな。戦わずに過ごすことができるのならば、その方が良いのかもしれぬ。
Yeah, about that. Eventually, we fell quiet, naturally running out of things to say. After a moment, Kazuma broke the silence by muttering to himself.
人は皆愚かな生き物だ。仮に戦を望まぬ者がいても、その裏では必ず他の者が戦を望んでいる。だから鬼は人に関わることを避けた。俺はこれ以上こたびの戦に関わるつもりはない。無論お前も関わるべきではない。
Kazuma. I had no intention of being anywhere near this war either. But there was still so much I needed to do, namely, learning the fate of the Shinsengumi. Understandably, we were still deeply involved with the war and whatever outcome awaited them.
俺とて新選組の連中を案じるお前の焦りを理解できぬわけではない。
Huh?
だが奴らに会いたいのならばまず冷静になれ。焦りに駆られて戦の渦中に飛び込めば奴らに会えぬまま無駄死にすることになるぞ。それはお前の一族の者も望むまい。
You're right. As Kazuma said, I had been impatient all this time. Kazuma was often blunt, if not outright rude, but he was speaking honestly, and I could tell that he was genuinely worried for my well-being. That I knew for sure. Thank you for looking out for me.
お前の愚かさに目が離せぬだけだ。
Recklessness?
他に何と言えばいいのだ。
Bitch.
そもそもお前一人では若松城にたどり着くことすらできまい。
Although Cosmo was once again snidely chiding me for being so meek. For some reason, I found his delivery endearing, and his words snaked their way into my heart. Amagiri said the same thing that you did, Kazuma. He said that we have no way of knowing whether or not the Shinsengumi will still be at Aizu Castle by the time we arrive, so I should wait. So for now, I guess I will wait until we know for sure. Kazuma scanned me, his eyes thinning with satisfaction.
ようやく我々の言に素直に従う気になったようだな。その調子で今以上に俺を敬え。それが良妻となる第一歩だ。
Damn it, Kazuma. Way to miss the point. Besides, I'm not your wife, Kazuma. After scoffing at Kazuma's suggestion, I turned to get one last glimpse of the immaculate scenery around us. All I'd wanted was to reunite with the men of the Shinsengumi. But, even more so, I couldn't bear the thought of letting the deaths of my paternal parents, father, and Kaoru be in vain by wasting my life so unwantedly. I had to make absolutely sure to pick and choose my battles, as Kazuma put it, wisely. As Kazuma and I left the village, I put the image of the charred ruins behind me, and instead carried the resolve to honor my people and their sacrifice. Oh, not this music. Much to our dismay, some unsettling news awaited us as we reached the outskirts of Aizu Castle. Am I prepared? Am I prepared? I don't think I'm prepared, but I have to hit the A button to continue. Hold on, give me a second. Okay. Let's go. The Aizu domain, after months of resistance, had finally tendered the terms of their surrender to the Imperial Army.
合図もとうとう降伏か。今までよく持った方だ。
I couldn't believe that the Aizu were defeated. When the Shinsengumi was still stationed in Kyoto, the Aizu served as one of their biggest allies and supplied them with armaments and support. So, where's the Shinsengumi then? I felt my body tremble as I asked him, trying to steel myself from letting the trepidation take over. Had they too declared their surrender to the Imperial Army with the Aizu? I feared the worst, thinking of all manners of brutal torture and imprisonment awaiting them. Would their fate be the same as Kondo's?
今天霧に調べさせている。そのうち戻ってくるだろう。
Both Kazuma and Amagiri were affiliated with the Satsuma domain. I imagine it wasn't particularly difficult for either to ascertain key information in regards to the war front. Kazuma and I waited idly on the outskirts of the castle before Amagiri returned.
新選組の行方が分かりました。
Oh my god! He came through! I held my breath in anticipation. Although I had been begging for a sign, anything really, of where they'd been, the circumstances of the defeat made me anxious of hearing the truth. Amagiri took a deep breath and spoke with a somber tone. Oh no, oh no!
新選組一番組組長を務めていた沖田は江戸にて病没したとのことです。
God damn it, Okita!
そしてボナリ峠の戦いにて新選組を率いていた斎藤が行方不明。おそらく死亡かと。
Saito! Bonari Pass, a trail through which Imperial forces marched in order to reach Aizu Castle, which later distinguished it as a historical site. My stomach sank like a stone in the ocean. Suddenly, my breaths were shallow and staggered. Okita and Saito were gone. Two of the most talented heroic warriors in the Shinsengumi were now nothing but a faint memory, fading against the tide of an unstoppable army.
先日新選組を脱退した長倉は米沢方面で消息を絶ったとのことです。
I was speechless. I could only bite into my lips and look at the ground. Was Nagakura safe? Or any of them safe?
そして新選組で羅刹を率いていた三男と東堂は新政府軍との戦いで命を落としました。
The good boy. The good boy. Ah. Heisuke and Sanan too.
新政府側は羅刹の存在も弱点も行動から聞かされていただろうからな。
The deaths of Heisuke and Sanan were difficult to take in, and I was swirling in a pit of despair. They willingly gave up their humanity to become Furies, and not even that could save them. What about the others?
生き残った大使は土方を筆頭に仙台に移動した模様です。
My eyes shot wide open.
会津が新政府軍に下り多くの大使を失ったというのに奴らはまだあがくつもりか。
Kazuma was always the first one in line to scorn the Shinsengumi's action. But this was different. His voice almost led me to believe that he was impressed by Hijikata, which was a little strange. So everyone's still putting up a fight, huh? Life for the Shinsengumi following the Battle of Toba Fushimi was nothing but one continuous adjustment to defeat. Even during the Battle of Kofu, when everything looked to be in their favor, the shogunate left them out to dry. Yet, they pushed forward with their heads held high.
奴らは一体何を求めて戦い続けているのだ。連中はもともと徳川家の家臣でも何でもあるまい。命を懸けるに値する義理など持ち合わせてはおらぬはずだ。
I don't know either. There was one thing I did know. I celebrated internally, knowing that their spirits were unbroken despite their adverse circumstances.
死に場所を求めているようにしか見えぬが、それが奴らが思い描く侍というものか。
Yes. The Shinsengumi's steadfast dedication on the battlefield was a monument to the courage and principles of their fallen comrades.
旧幕府軍は仙台に集まり、そこから蝦夷地を目指すようです。
Ezo?
この奥羽の遥か北、海の向こうにある地だ。
Oshu, formerly known as the Mutsu province, it is in the country's northeastern region. As soon as you said it, my heart was set.
君も蝦夷地に行くつもりですか?
Hey. Hishikata may be unaware of the news that some of the captains have passed away. With Okita having died in Edo, and Harada dying back in Ueno, it was unclear to me if words of their passing had reached Hijikata in time. It was my duty to honor their memory by telling Hijikata myself. My eyes intently shifted to Kazuma. Kazuma. I want to travel to Ezo and meet up with whomever's left in the Shinsengumi. Before I continued, I took a brief moment to carefully calculate what I'd wanted to say. I inhaled, looking straight into Kazuma's eyes. I said, "Come with me and witness the end." Kazuma, would it be too much to ask if you'd join me?
お前と共にだと。
I have a gut feeling that Ezo is the end for the road for them. No battlefields were left untouched by the vicious torrents of the war, and Ezo stood as the decisive scene in our history's most tumultuous chapter. Tumultuous chapter? Ugh. So, I guess that's even more of a reason why I want to travel together, Kazuma. I want you with me when I witness the end of the Shinsengumi. It was surreal, if not strangely inappropriate of me to ask such a thing of Kazuma, but because Kazuma had been involved in so many duels with the Shinsengumi over the years, I wanted him to bear witness to what could possibly be the Shinsengumi's final, intimate moments. Kazuma listened intently, and when I finished speaking, his lips curled into a smug grin. Bitch! That face. Yeah, of course. Whoops. Yeah, of course this would be an enticing offer to you, sir. So I get some chapstick. I can't turn it with one hand. Oh god. Thank you so much. I don't think the thank yous deserved, but whatever. I was flushed with relief at Kazuma's acceptance of my proposal. Don't say the word proposal, this man will go crazy. It had felt like ages since anyone could coax a sincere smile out of me.
では、急いで仙台へ向かうことにするか。江戸地行きの船が出る前にな。
Goodbye for now, Amagiri. We bid farewell to Amagiri and turned around in the direction of Sendai when...
少々お待ちください。お二人に会わせたい者がいます。
Eh? Huh? I spun back around to face Amagiri. It was...
お、いたいた。お前らも無事に合図にたどり着けたみてえだな。
Shiranui! What are you doing here? Are you here with the Imperial Army?
いや、どうしても合図に連れてきてやりてえやつがいたからよ。
Shiranui looked forlorn as he reached for a long, narrow spear he'd been carrying on his back! Shiranui, you did not! Is that Harada's?
ああ、残念ながら新選組の連中には追いつけなかったかな。もし生きてたら、あいつは絶対ここで戦ってたはずだと思ったよ。
I tepidly grabbed hold of Harada's memento. It was tattered with deep scratches and scuffs, giving me a sense of how vigilantly he must have fought against the savage wave of furies.
知らぬい。貴様は長州と懇意にしていたのではなかったのか。
バカ野郎、長州とじゃねえよ。高杉とだ。それに、人間の歴史ってのは天才や英雄、最後に勝った奴らだけが作っていくもんじゃねえだろ。
理解できぬな。
Shiranui grimaced at Kazuma's playfully, then turned to face me.
お前、これから新選組の奴らを追いかけるつもりなんだろ
Or at least I hope so.
じゃあ連中に伝えてくれ。10番組組長の原田は、この俺様が認めざるを得ねえほど大した男だったってな。
Holy shit, Shiranui! Shiranui! Why is that the sweetest thing coming out of your fucking mouth? Huh? What? Shiranui. Shiranui was nowhere near as bad as Kazuma, but praising humans wasn't exactly one of his habits, especially to the degree he described Harada. Imagining what he witnessed with Harada moved me almost as much as it must have moved him, and a bittersweet warmth swelled in my chest. Oh my god! Understood. I promise I'll pass along the word.
やれやれ。人間にほだされた愚か者がもう一人増えたか。
んなこと言って、お前もこうやってわざわざ合図まで来てやがるじゃねえか。なんだかんだ言って、新選組の奴らの行く末が気になってるんじゃねえのか。
行きがかり上、足を向けざるを得なかっただけだ。そろそろ行くぞ、雪村の娘。仙台へ向かわねばな。
Well then, Amagiri, Shiranui, please take care of yourselves. As we bid the two of them another farewell, Kazuma and I saw ourselves out of Aizu. After a day of travel, he and I reached the town of Sendai, but it was conspicuously quiet. I wonder if the Shinsengumi already left for Izo. Bleh. I keep imagining an N, damn it.
つい先ほど船に乗り込んだらしい。一足違いだったな。
Fuck.
もしかすると船影ぐらいは見えるかもしれぬが。行くか。
Of course. Let's go. Kazuma and I ascended a nearby beach bluff, where we hoped to get a clearer view. A cascade of maroon sparkled across the vast sea, in reflection of the wide sunset, and in the distance we watched the shadow of the boat in the horizon. If I wasn't mistaken, they looked to be sailing upon a black ship. Black ship, a warship which was used by Commodore Matthew Perry when he first visited Japan with the intention of opening up its borders. Yeah! That, was not very nice when that happened. Ugh. Do you think that's where the Shinsengumi is? In that ship over there?
おそらくはな。
I had traveled the entire country searching for them. Now, once again, I had just barely missed them, and I was left in the dust. A sharp pang shot up my nose, and suddenly I found myself fighting back a wave of tears. I dug my teeth into my lower lip, hoping not to let this deluge of self-pity come to the surface.
泣きたければ泣いたらどうだ。
No. I shook my head quietly, only because I can only imagine how much pain they're in right now. I have no right to shed tears when it's not me who's fighting out there. Kazuma sighed out of frustration and shut his eyes. He paused briefly, shifting his eyes back and forth.
刀を取らぬ者が戦っておらぬわけではあるまい。新選組の者たちとは異なるかもしれんが、お前はお前の戦いを成し遂げたはずだ。俺はそのことをよく知っている。
It felt so warm to hear Kazuma's gentle words of encouragement towards how much I'd been through. After seeing Father's death, my lukewarm reunion with Kaoru, and revisiting the village of my birth. Then, when we arrived in Aizu, I had been confronted with the crushing blow of hearing what happened to all of my old friends in the Shinsengumi. A tempest of grief gathered its winds in my heart, swirling with fervor as I tried not to collapse. I can't cry. If I do, then my vision will blur the view of the ship upon which everyone had been traveling.
背を向けていてやる。泣きたくば泣け。
Kazuma pointed his nose towards the ocean, which glowed with hues of orange in the gold under the glimmer of the late afternoon. In this moment, the levee holding back my tears broke, and everything snapped. I instinctively grabbed a hold of the shirt on Kazuma's back. I buried my face into his back, wailing as quietly as I could. After believing that I could catch up to them, yet again they slipped from the tips of my fingers. The ship was beginning to vanish beyond the horizon, sailing into the ocean's furthest tendrils. Soon, it disappeared from sight. I listened to the roar of the sea crashing behind me, and Kazuma spoke up.
俺が必ずお前を奴らのもとへ連れて行く。時が来るまで待っていろ。わかったな。
Kazuma, who previously seemed hell-bent on abducting me at any cost from the Shinsengumi. Now, the shoe was on the other foot, and he had promised to keep me safe on this last journey. Although I had no idea when it actually happened, I was determined to see this to its conclusion. I must head to Ezo, the land at the end of the world. He made a vow! Kazuma made a vow! Thank you for the follow, Aya. Already. Our initial attempts to leave the harbor for Ezo, hot in our pursuit for the Shinsengumi, were fruitless. Negotiating with ship captains to allow two random strangers, who for all intents and purposes were no more than fugitives, was a difficult sell. Cosmo sensed that our search would require more time than we originally anticipated, and so he rented a nearby mansion in Sendai for the time being. He rented a mansion? Sure. I will let that slip. Funnily enough, I was becoming accustomed to my cozy life in Sendai. How long were we here for? Oh, God! It was just October! May 1869. Oh, gosh. Word reached us of the Imperial Army's successful invasion in Hakodate, leaving no stone unturned as the occupying forces swept through the port city. Oh, God. Ooh. I became too distracted to continue sewing, heaving a small sigh to myself in the comfort of the mansion. Almost a month had passed since we heard about the report of the massive invasion of Hakodate. But even as the threat of conflict loomed in a nearby city, leads for a means to reach Ezo were elusive. Our circumstances became particularly dire when, in April, former shogunate soldiers attacked ships from the Imperial fleet in Miyako Bay. Miyako, a lively coastal city port where the Imperial Army docked their immense naval fleet. Currently, it is known as the Iwate Prefecture. Thanks to increased security enforcements around each port and harbor around the country, locating a suitable ship for a civilian like me was impossible. It had been almost an entire year since my separation from the Shinsengumi, which only worsened my anxiety about realistically being able to find them. Would we ever reunite, assuming they were still alive? It wasn't that Kazuma's promise of safely reaching Ezo was wearing thin on me, but each day without progress was making me impatient. Are we ever gonna see the boys again? I wonder if Kazuma will return soon. Kazuma and Amagiri ventured tirelessly around every market and tavern, eavesdropping on conversations to gather intelligence and leads for transport to Ezo. For myself, I was tasked with keeping the homestead tidy, taking time each day to prepare meals and perform seamstress duties. My ears perked up in reaction to the sound of the door sliding open, and I straightened my back reflexively.
帰ったぞ。
Hello, welcome back. I sincerely appreciate all that you've done for us today. Speaking of which, were you able to hear any leads about ships departing? His silence was deafening. No such luck today. Kazuma had seemed especially aggravated, however, given his slumped body language. Hold on. I think I know what this is. Whoop! That was supposed to happen. Kazuma, did something happen out there? I've got a feeling that you're keeping something from me. Boy, you better speak. Kazuma? Kazuma's mannerisms and his foulest of moods were uncannily cat-like, dismissive to a spiteful degree. I knew that sitting idly by, however, would only give him an opportunity to let his attitude fester. Regardless, thank you for searching for our sake. I'm going to begin preparations for dinner, so by all means, please make yourself comfortable. Or would you rather I draw a bath for you first?
いや、今日は飯の前に酒を飲む。すぐに支度をしろ。
Hold on a second. Hold on. Ah, she looks so cute! Oh my god. She looks adorable. I'm only going to grab you one, okay? Drinking too much isn't good for your health.
医者の娘だというのに、酒は百薬の長という言葉を知らぬのか。薬ならば飲めば飲むほど薬効も高いはずだ。調子3本はつけろ。
Kazuma! Jesus Christ. Hey, don't take your frustrations out on me. Also, it's only a medicine when you drink in moderation, not when you're pissed drunk. Haven't you heard the phrase, the last drop makes the cup run over? Kazuma glared at me repugnantly, no doubt incensed by my brevity in challenging him, but after having spent nearly every moment of close to a year with him, I was beginning to peel back the layers, making his behaviors a bit easier to decode. Yes! 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 Our intense stare went on for a few more moments, pressure bubbling to the surface like sulfur. As tension reached a breaking point, the two of us broke the silence at the exact same time. Fine.
調子2本で勘弁してやる。
We won. Oh, very well. I will prepare two for you. Oh. I found myself more comfortable with Kazuma's petulant veneer, giving me the confidence to assert myself more and more often. I did not expect this out of this route! Holy shit. What? Eh?
随分とのんきなのだな。船は見つからぬ、奴らの情報は入らぬ。焦りはないのか。
Well, I can't help but grow anxious, yes, but I realize while speaking to Cosma that I am, grateful. To tell you the truth, I'm so grateful for all that you and Amagiri have done for me recently. I wasn't speaking only of their diligence in Sendai. I could have fallen prey to a bevy of dangers while outside of the Shinsengumi's custody, but Cosma had repeatedly saved my life in our time together. If I had to deal with all of this alone, then there's no telling where I'd be at this point. At first, I was rather intimidated by you, but now I have to admit that I owe much to you. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I admitted to him my sincere debt of gratitude and bowed deeply, feeling the tatami creak underneath me.
その態度は悪くない。 もっと素直になれ。今のような塩らしい言葉ならいくらでも聞いてやる。
Bitch. Oh, please, I just did. Don't make me regret it already. I threw a petty fit by pouting my lips, but Kazuma chuckled to himself. Suddenly, Kazuma's expression dropped, and he appeared stern without missing a beat. Kazuma?
お前の先ほどの問いについてだが。
Yes? My heart seemed keen on bursting from out of my chest, wondering if he had in fact located a ship. After clearing my throat, I cut my hands together, interlocking my fingers as I awaited his answer politely. Nothing could prepare me for what he said. What did he say?
飯の後の方がいいだろう。心の準備をしておけ。
Oh boy. Our meal was shared in silence, and I had trouble finding room for any last piece of pickled plum in my stomach, so I stood up to gather the dishes. After cleaning all of the plates and utensils, I sat back down in front of Kazuma calmly, waiting for him to share any possible information about a suitable ship.
蝦夷に向かう船のことだ。薩摩の船に乗れることになった。
Really?
このようなつまらぬ嘘をついて何になるというのだ。
Thank you. At long last, I can finally reunite with all my friends in the Shinsengumi. Euphoric tears formed behind my eyelids, and out of reflex, I bowed once more to Kazuma. As his usual custom, he bore no immediate reaction, his expression unchanged from his hard-nosed stare. Kazuma?
奴らに会えるかどうかはわからぬ。いや、会えぬ降参の方が高いかもしれぬな。
What? Somehow, the message behind his words failed to register in my mind, and I fell silent. Why not? We're still going to take our chances and board that ship, aren't we? I had a sneaking suspicion that things were about to take a turn, which spurred the furious pounding of my restless heart. His words were spoken eerily, warming its way into my mind like a haunting premonition. No.
旧幕府軍最後の砦。函館政府が降伏するのは時間の問題。
Government of Hakodate. An official council of former shogunate vessels aiming to create sovereignty in the north of Japan.
俺たちが行けるのはその時になってからだ。
I held my breath all along, predicting the worst. But for those fears that had been realized by Kazuma's cynicism was nothing that I could prepare for. Years of blood, toil, and sweat, spent in countless battlefields over the corpses of friends and foes. Gone. The struggle of loss reduced to a single word. They gracefully overcame defeat time and time again, but the Shinsengumi swan song was imminent. My heart stank like a stone to the pit of my stomach. I could barely breathe. By the time we'd set sail for Ezo, there may not be anyone alive to greet us. So, perhaps my desire to reunite with them, like all other emotions in this desolate place, was unfounded. I tried my best to avoid sinking into a depression in front of Kazuma. I fiddled my hands nervously in my lap. Just then, Kazuma reached his hand over to me aggressively as I was on the brink of fainting.
立て。お前は合図で言ったはずだ。俺と共に新選組の最後を見届けると。あの言葉は嘘だったのか。
I wasn't lying. His words slapped me across the face. Kazuma had a habit of provoking my insecurities, as if he took pleasure from seeing me panic. For some reason, this time was different. This time, he struck a potent nerve.
嘘でないなら見届けろ。奴らの誇りを、歩んだ道筋を、そして心に刻みつけろ。ひとときであれ、共にあったのなら、奴らが選び、歩んだ侍の道を覚えておいてやれ。それがお前の生き残った者の責務だ。
Now, unlike any moment prior, was the moment I realized how fiercely Kazuma's crimson eyes burned. How they could inspire me to do anything as people upstairs make noises. Okay. All I could muster was a nod in response. It was still too soon for me to accept the grief, let alone wallow in a pool of sorrow. But we're still able to board the ship, right? Okay. Then let's leave for Ezo, to see the Shinsengumi, whatever state they're in. Upon hearing my response, Kazuma's mouth formed a grin, and I swore there was a twinkle in his eye.
いいだろう。連れて行ってやる。お前と約束したからな。鬼は必ず約束を守る。それが俺たちの誇りだ。
Thank you. I took a deep gulp, letting myself process the weight of the undertaking I had just accepted before bowing. Thinking back on it, my father and my brother, in fact, almost every warrior I'd ever met, imparted to me something significant before they passed on. My heart was nearly aware that another memory, as Kazuma described, would be waiting for me in Ezo. It was the end of a long, long war. I was sure that my journey with the Shinsengumi too would succumb at this war's culmination, and nothing I said or did would ever fully prepare me. Birds! After a few days of packing and preparations, we boarded a hulking Satsuma ship to Ezo. The sense of salt and rust greeted my nose as we boarded the ship, and I thought about the strings pulled by Kazuma and Amagiri to make this happen. My initial impressions of them were as heartless monsters, bent on destroying the Shinsengumi. But here, I found myself thanking them repeatedly. No matter how many times I said it, it never captured how indebted I had felt to their kindness.
さて、それでは行くか。
Let's go. A faint smile curled in the corner of Kazuma's lips. We're on a ship. As the summer solstice fast approached, the sun's rays became a harsh kiss upon my skin. By nightfall, however, the searing heat vanished in lieu of the ocean breeze chilling me to the bone. Beyond this stretch of sea were the remaining members of the Shinsengumi. I had only heard legends of Ezo, but from what I knew of it, it was a bleak, frigid landscape that was covered in snow throughout half of the year. I wondered to myself how the men were coping, how they steeled themselves to battle each day, As I found myself lost in a moment of reflection, I was startled to see Kazuma suddenly next to me.
明日には蝦夷地に着く手はずとなっている。奴らの最後を見届ける覚悟はできたか。
My gaze fell to the floor silently. I thought that I was ready for it all along, but I had some hesitation in seeing it for myself. The reality was, the number of men who had fought and sacrificed their lives was a mystery to me, and I had been oblivious about it for some time. For all I knew, the men whom I had so desperately pined to see were long gone, their bodies ravished in unspeakable ways. Kondo, Sanan, Okita, Saito, Heisuke, Harada. Over the past year, news of their deaths traveled to me while tending to my own business with Kazuma. I fooled myself into thinking that somehow, not bearing first-hand witness to their deaths meant there was a chance that they were still alive, but I must see it for myself. I want to see their grit, their conviction, and I want to be there for them when it all comes to a close. Since we are their memory keepers, we must witness every second of it for the sake of its truth. Kazuma kept his stare fixed on the northern star, which flickered softly above a sparkling ocean. It took a while for him to speak, but when he did,
夜風は冷える。中に戻るぞ。
I followed shortly after him, hearing the waves crash against the side of the ship as we went inside. Just as Kazuma had predicted, our vessel reached the outskirts of Ezo by the very next day. In order to approach the harbor, we moved onto a smaller ship, dropping anchor in Nanaehama. However, it hadn't taken very long before others took notice of our arrival. Cannon fire bellowed all around us, cracking like thunder as they flew through the air and shook the ground underneath our feet.
こちらへ来い。
Kazuma instantly grabbed a hold of my arm, yanking me closer to shield me. Thank you. That was a cannon, wasn't it? So that must mean...
今は総攻撃の最中といったところか。
Good! Oh, God. My heart dropped, realizing that the Shinsengumi were likely fighting for their lives at this moment. As I attempted to break into a sprint to search for them,
待て。
Kazuma wrapped his arms around my shoulders, and my body went numb in his tender embrace. Kazuma? The suddenness of his gesture had thrown me off entirely. Was Kazuma simply trying to protect me from the shower of bullets and cannon fire raining above? Or was it something more? No. Is something the matter? He offered no immediate answer, 'cause he never does. In fact, I was totally in the dark about why Kazuma was acting the way he was, given that I had no view of his expression to glance at. Instead, I could only rely upon the tight warmth of his embrace before he responded.
本気で行くつもりなのだな。ここで引き返せば、奴らの無残な姿をその目で見ずに済むかもしれぬぞ。
Contrary to our initial discussion, Kazuma had seemed less concerned with the fact that I wanted to go. The focus instead was upon my well-being, asking the question about whether I was ready to handle it all. Holy shit! shit, he cares. He cares. He genuinely cares. Huh? It begged an answer, one that still needed forming. Well, a lump formed in my throat as I questioned myself. Moments from now, whether or not I had adequately prepared myself for it, I may encounter the corpse of Hijikata, Shimada, Soma, and Nomura. Would I be strong enough to cope with it? Could I, like the rest of the Shinsengumi men, grapple with loss, conquer it, and come out all the stronger? I gritted my teeth. I mustn't have any doubts. I had to come to a decision. Yes, I'll go to where everyone is fighting. And I added, will you stay with me until the bitter end? But I do have one request.
なんだ
I placed my hand softly upon his, which was still coiled around my body. Will you stay with me until the bitter end? If I were to stand witness to the Shinsengumi's demise, and it becomes difficult for me to keep my composure, let alone stand, would you be there to lift me back up with these hands? I sensed Kazuma's muscles tighten with his face. In his face. Wait, what? Tighten in his face. Okay. Which I could have sworn was a smile, given the closeness and proximity between our bodies. It only took him a beat to conjure a reply.
愚問だな。この俺が一度交わした約束を破るとでも思っているのか。どこまででもお前と共に行こう。
A part of me expected him to respond as much, but hearing those words fall so comfortably from his mouth evoked a warm feeling in my stomach. Although his response was rather arrogant, its delivery was muted by the way his arms pinned me next to his beating heart, and through this intimate expression, he laid bare his truthful self. Thank you. I was beginning to lose count of how many times I had thanked Kazuma during our time together. Because of him, I was alive, ready to confront whatever came next. And what did come next? Oh god. Oh, what has come next? Oh god. I'm scared again. I'm genuinely scared. Kazuma and I continued our cautious approach towards the area of Goryokaku. Okay. Never heard of that one before, I think. Our walk was interrupted when Kazuma said,
待て。
His command was curt and sudden.
先ほどから砲声や銃声が聞こえぬ。
Now that you mention it. The silence was far more eerie than the score of cannon fire that was roaring moments earlier. Do you think that the shogunate forces have all been destroyed? My ponderous question fell on Kazuma's deaf ears, as he pursed his lips in a moment of contemplation.
五稜郭へ行けばわかるはずだ。急ぐぞ。
Kazuma's body language was suggestive enough for me to assume what may have happened, but there was no way of knowing for sure. Each step closer to Goryokaku unsettled my nerves. Goryokaku unsettled my nerves. There was nothing to do but push forward, readying ourselves for whatever threats may have awaited us. Oh God! Why must it start with a date? June 18, 1869. The government of Hakodate, after weeks of resistance, finally tendered their terms of surrender over the newly formed Meiji government. Over a year and a half removed from the events of the Battle of Toba Fushimi, the war was drawing to a close. Our arrival in Goryokaku was meted with a bevy of familiar faces, forlorn by the news of surrender. Shimada! Soma! Oh my goodness, I can't believe all of you are safe!
Yukimura-kun, いつ蝦夷地に?
Our ship docked just the other day. It's been too long. There's so much I have to tell you guys.
伝えたいことがあったからっていくらなんでも無茶をしすぎですよ。もし流れ弾にでも当たって死んでたらどうするつもりだったんですか？
いらぬ心配だ。この俺がついている限り戦に巻き込まれて死ぬなどということはありえぬからな。
お前は
確か鬼の一族の。なぜ雪村君と一緒に?
Actually, Kazuma was my escort to Edo.
本当ですか？脅されて一緒にいるとかそういうんじゃないですよね。
It was natural for Soma and Shimada to have aroused suspicions regarding Kazuma, considering he plagued them for years as the enemy. The two Shinsengumi men looked at one another with puzzled expressions. So, are the men here what remains of the Shinsengumi? What happened to Hijikata and Nomura? Soma slumped his shoulders, biting into his lip. My stomach sank, anticipating his answer from the immediacy of his oh my God, I can't read because I don't want to hear it. My stomach sank, anticipating his answer from the immediacy of his soured body language. Oh God.
野村は亡くなりました。都湾の戦の時に。
Nothing could soften the blow of someone notifying you that your friend passed away. No matter how many times we're given news of someone's passing, it absolutely shattered me. And Hijikata?
土方さんは新政府軍から集中放火を受けていた味方の兵を助けるため弁天台場に向かわれて。
Benten Fortress, a fort with a prime strategic seaside location, located within Hakodate during the Bakamatsu period.
そのまま戦死なさったと聞いています。
Even Hijikata, the fearless leader of the Shinsengumi, who picked up the pieces after the execution of his beloved predecessor, was not spared from this war.
ですが、土方さんの亡骸は今も見つかっていません。それどころか、新政府軍の兵がこんなことを話していたそうですよ。
貴様一体何者だ？我が隊に何用だ？ 何用だと分かりきったことを聞くんじゃねえよ。新選組副長土方歳三が敵陣に乗り込んでくる用事なんざ一つしかねえだろうが。俺はてめえらと戦って戦い抜くためだけにここに来たんだよ。
From what Shimada was describing, it was the most fitting end for Hijikata that I could have imagined. By virtue of his unstoppable rage, Hijikata lifted the Shinsengumi by the scruff of its neck and led its front line proudly. The remnants of the Shinsengumi preserved in honor of the memory of his famous last stand.
新選組局長として降伏文書に署名したそうだが、なぜわざわざそんな真似をした？場合によっては近藤のように斬首されかねぬという。
立場の違いで新政府と戦うことになりましたが、我々は罪を犯したわけではありませんから。局長や副長の志を誰かが受け継ぐべきだと、そう思っただけです。
Kazuma beamed with pride as he stared down at Soma's resolute expression. Then he smirked wryly before speaking.
後先を考えぬバカがここにもいたか。戦が終わった後だというのにわざわざ死にに行こうとするとは物好きもいたものだ。
どういう意味だそれは。
Calm down, Soma. Kazuma doesn't mean any harm by that.
この後、連中の戦議が始まるはずだ。我々はもう行くぞ。
Kazuma!
雪村君も言ってください。もうすぐここに新政府軍が来ます。
Well then, Shimada, Soma, please take care of yourselves.
はい。雪村君もどうか達者で。
もしかしたらもうお会いできないかもしれませんが、お元気で。
They sent us off warmly, waving in the distance with pleasant smiles, but I knew their path was not an easy one. The Shinsengumi were branded as war criminals. For Soma, who had willingly assumed the rank of chief in the ensuing vacuum of power, his fate seemed almost cruelly preordained. I felt nothing but respect for them, however. They held onto an inspiring devotion to the name of the Shinsengumi and what it stood for. Nearly 2 months had passed since Kazuma and I first set foot on the island of Ezo. We were in the... There is a plane! It's loud. It's going places I don't know where. But it's loud. Please go away, Mr. Plane. Go away. Go away. Okay. It's going away, thank God. We were in the heart of summer, but the weather could have convinced me otherwise. My bones were soothed by gentle winds coasting from the sea. After separating from Soma and Shimada, we tracked Hijikata's journey to Benten Fortress, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of his remains. At the end of last year, the former shogunate troops were nearly 3,000 strong when they reached the shores of Ezo. The Imperial Army gave them a rude awakening, dwindling their forces down to 2,000 over the course of months. Investigating the reasons for their sudden decrease was a path I confidently disinterested in pursuing. The truth, I feared, would only break my heart more. Allegedly, Imperial forces brought over 5,000 soldiers to squash any resistance punitively. The outcome of the war was determined before a single soldier set foot on the battlefield. The timeline is as follows. May 9th, 1869. Imperial forces reached the coast of Ezo. June 11th, 1869. War between the Imperials and the government of Hakodate began. June 14th, 1869. The resistance fighters surrendered at Ben 10 Fortress. A total of 92 men surrendered at Ben 10. Among them were 13 Shinsengumi warriors. June 18th, 1869. Goryo-kaku, the last remaining stronghold, offered their terms of surrender to the Imperial Army. The Boshin War, as the conflict later became known, between the Imperial Army and the fragments of the Tokugawa shogunate, had ended. Boshin War, a war that included several conflicts during the period from 1868 to 1869. It signaled the end of the feudal daimyo system, the restoration of imperial rule, and the beginning of Japan's modernization. As for the search for Hijikata's remains, it proved to be as futile as an effort as anything else in Ezo. I like to believe that some generous soul, out of fear in handing over Hijikata's remains to the Imperials, honorably buried his body somewhere out of reach. Kazuma, you mentioned something to me about how humans only wage wars for wealth and power, but do you honestly still believe that? Prior to our first time in Ezo, I was sure that he would have nodded without giving it a second thought, but there was a noticeable shift in his attitude. After killing both father and Kaoru, at witnessing the end of the Shinsengumi firsthand, seeing all that they had died for, perhaps Kazuma had an epiphany, or, at the very least, was more receptive to notions that he once viewed as foreign, if not beneath him.
少なくともこの蝦夷地で戦っていた連中にとってはそうではなかっただろうな。鳥羽伏見の戦の頃ならいざ知らず、趨勢が決した後にもまだ勝てるなどと考えるほど土方という男は愚かではあるまい。
Good point. I wasn't sure what sort of magic the Shinsengumi conjured to keep hold of the resistance in the face of certain death. As Kazuma had described, they were keenly aware of the odds, yet somehow were steadfast in their convictions against the Imperial Army.
ここはおそらく夢にしがみつき侍を捨てきれなかった奴らがたどり着いたところだ。
But everyone in the Shinsengumi,
己の心に思い描いた夢を忘れることができず、新しい時代に乗れなかった。乗ることができなかった。大バカどもだ。
as painful as it was to listen, I understood why Kazuma may have felt that way, but it was something with which I totally disagreed. They were warriors. It's not like they couldn't keep up with the times. It's that they refused to do so out of principle. I'm certain they had a good reason for staying true to their convictions.
お前はどうも 早合点しすぎる嫌いがあるな。大バカだとは言ったが、連中を嫌っているわけではない。ああいった生き方は、個人の志より一族の永続をこそ望む我々には、決して真似ができぬからな。
Kazuma was speaking vaguely, but it was likely the greatest compliment that he could have ever given to anyone, much more in reference to the Shinsengumi. In a way, I detected a hint of envy in Kazuma's statement, as if he wished there were opportunities to put his needs before the collective needs of his kin. A long silence stretched between us, broken only by my timid musings. Where do you plan on going from here, Kazuma?
我々鬼ははるか昔から人と関わらずひっそりと暮らしてきた。その暮らしに戻るだけだ。二度と人間どもと関わるつもりはない。
I see. I hadn't ever thought to consider that Kazuma, too, was a transplant in this world. How did he cope with the strife, with the pettiness of human conflict? The risk, of course, was losing touch with his concept of home in these distant conditions.
新政府の面々は、こたびの戦に関わった我々を野放しにしておくほど間抜けではあるまい。急いで西国へ戻り、連中の手が及ばぬところへ身を隠す支度をせねばならぬ。
Back to your clan. This meant my journey with Kazuma had ended, and it was time for us to part ways. Our time together was over the span of a year and a half. There was a part of myself that slid into some fantasy that the two of us would travel together indefinitely.
お前はどうする？
Each of my affairs were concluded. In a way, I was without direction and purpose. I was, in no small measure, alone. I haven't decided yet. I do think, however, that I'll stick around in Ezo for the time being. I don't want this memory to fade. I'm not ready to relinquish the resting place of the Shinsengumi. While I was in the middle of answering him, Kazuma brought his fingernails close to his eye level, gazing at them with disinterest. He what? Bitch.
はじめは希少な女鬼という理由で興味を持っただけだった。やがてお前を通じて新選組の連中と関わることになり、道中父や兄を失うこととなっても、お前は決して前に進むことを諦めはしなかった。
Well, it was the first time Kazuma had ever complimented me outright. In all honesty, I had no idea how to respond. I didn't really have a choice. Father, Kaoru, and the Shinsengumi. I just dealt with their losses as they came, as there was no use in dwelling on the past.
謙遜する必要はあるまい。少なくともお前と共に新選組の連中を追ってこなければ、俺は奴らの本当の姿にも気づかぬままだった。まさかお前に教えられるとはな。
Kazuma was almost never one to speak bluntly with me, but this moment felt so different. It confused me at first, having become too familiar with his sardonic remarks to know if they were genuine. Ugh. All of a sudden, His arms were outstretched towards me. Hmm? By the time I realized what was occurring, his face, stunningly handsome in spite of his intimidating expression, was merely inches from in front of mine. Mm-mm. My heart fluttered like a pinwheel, barely registering that my and Cosmo's lips were pressed together. Numbness trickled from the top of my head, and although I wanted to scream, I couldn't. Hold on. What? Wanted to scream? Okay. That is a response, I suppose. Trying to get my composure back. Instead, my lips remained shut, vexed and mute. It was strange, though. For some reason, I hadn't minded it at all. My limbs were frozen, offering the meekest of resistances in the form of no movement at all. His lashes tickled the side of my cheek, and only up close had I noticed his immaculate skin. Cosmo flicked his tongue gently inside of my mouth, which was softer than I anticipated. Holy shit, Cosmo! Before I know it, Cosmo and I were locked in an intense throw. That's a word I've never seen before. There was an inexorable? Throwing me words I do not know. An inexorable draw to Cosmo. An energy that tingled my face just from the touch of his lips. All of my deep longings were awakened by the heat of our sensuous kiss, making him incapable of focusing on anything else. Just when I thought my heart would burst, he relinquished his hold on my body just as quickly as he had imposed it. For a moment, I was totally speechless, perhaps wide-eyed enough to elicit a small smile from Kazuma.
今の口づけは俺とお前が他人ではない証だ。
Where did that come from? I somehow managed to escape my stupor long enough to ask him a question.
心の整理がついたら俺のところへ来い。
Wait, so you mean... Why was he behaving so cryptically? All of this felt so unclear to me. I was still reeling from our kiss. I struggled to form words, much less a sentence. Kazuma, however, was unconcerned with my incoherent ramblings and continued on without bringing attention to my blushed cheeks.
まあ来なければ迎えに来るまでだがな。
Although we had accomplished everything we set out to do in Ezo, it seemed as though Kazuma had some unfinished business of his own to attend to. Granted, I wasn't wholly unopposed to the idea. Eh? Holy shit. As we bookended one chapter of our lives, it was time to start anew, and for the first time in years, I was ready for whatever life had to throw at me. I could finally shed my skin and blossom with nothing to tether me down. That's how we ended? Holy... Wow, okay. Okay. How do I feel about this? Okay, fine. Okay, I'll admit, Kazuma did win some part of my fucking heart, okay? By the end of this, yes. Yes, he did. But Okay, so now I understand why people are like, hey, save Kazuma for fucking last. Kazuma is last. At least get through most of the routes. Or at least the original 5 other routes. And then do Kazuma's. I understand why, because you skip over a fuck ton of scenes. You skip over a fuck ton of scenes. And it's a really boring route. It is a really boring route up until Chapter 5 of Kyoto Winds, which is where things actually pick up. And obviously Edo Blossoms completes that journey. Kazuma, right now as it stands, if I had to put him on the list that I'm gonna do at some point, I just have to get through all the routes, he would be in the bottom 5 for me. Somewhere. Or bottom 12. You know, just not in the top 5. I feel. That's how I see it right now. Upon completion, that's how I feel. Ugh. Is it over? I don't think it's over. Game? There it is. There's the final chapter. I knew it. I knew something was missing. Let's see. Does this add anything? Let's see. Because it's still in the bottom half. January 1870. I was alone, bundled in a thick blanket during a blustery winter day in my childhood home of Edo. My, it's freezing. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. Vapor escaped my mouth with each exhale. My restlessness was further spurred by this insistent urge to clean the aging homestead. So I entered the chilly yard, gathering the dead leaves scattered along the grass into a neat pile. The season brought with it festivities that had the town buzzing, and I watched townspeople hustling up and down the street. After returning to Edo, my first order of business was writing Dr. Matsumoto a heartfelt letter. He replied immediately, expressing sincere relief after having been notified of my safety. Dr. Matsumoto made a point of iterating that I could reach out to him should I ever require help in a tight bind, which warmed my heart. My second order of business was writing to Sen. She insisted that I reside with her in Yase village, but although I appreciated her generous offer, I refused. It was because, just as I was pondering to myself, all of a sudden, I was approached by my next-door neighbor who sung words of praise to me. Oh, please. It was no problem at all. How is he doing?
おかげさまで。コードーさんが診療所を閉めちまって、あんたがいきなり今日に行っちまった時は驚いたけど、こうして無事に帰ってきてくれてよかったわ。それよりあんた、ひょっとして今年は一人で年越しかい？
Yes. Sadly, my father passed away, so I'll have to make do.
危ないわよ、女の一人暮らしなんて。戦が終わったとはいえ、まだまだ世の中物騒なんだから。これからどうするつもりなんだい？診療所を続けるのかい？
That's something I have yet to figure it out myself.
何にせよ一人じゃ何かと不便でしょ。そうだ、なんならいい人を紹介してあげましょうか。
Well...
実は両国の橋のたもとに薬の問屋さんができてね。そこの息子さんが。
Oh, sure. I shall check it out when I get the chance.
そうかい？年の釣り合いもちょうどいいと思うんだけどね。まあ、お見合いの口ならいくらでもあるから、いつでも声をかけておくれよ。
My neighbor flashed a bright grin, nodding her head politely before waving me goodbye. It was kind of her to express an interest in my well-being and all, but... finding suitors, huh? Maybe it is time for me to start thinking about settling down. I had still had some wounds to lick, so I found myself a little too preoccupied to worry about it just yet. If I had to marry someone, then... I was suddenly thrust into a flashback. Something about my conversation with my neighbor evoked that moment in Ezo. I mean, we were together for almost 2 years. Kazuma was so patient with me during the tumultuous period following my separation from the Shinsengumi. When I lost father and Kaoru, he was a shoulder that I could cry on and offered me words of comfort. He even escorted me to Ezo and stood beside me as we witnessed the end of the Shinsengumi. I'm not sure if the memories we shared together could ever be bested by another man, as if anyone else could ever understand all that I'd been through. Although, Kazuma told me that he would come for me whenever my heart was ready. So much time had passed that I began to wonder if he truly meant it. He said that demons always keep their promises. Just as I muttered to myself. Was I hallucinating? I rubbed my eyes incredulously, but the image didn't change. He was here, standing in front of me, appearing like a specter from an ethereal mist. It was something out of a dream. And then he spoke.
Chizuru, 迎えに来たぞ.
As soon as I heard his familiar, arrogant tone, the hairs along the back of my neck stood up.
なんだその顔は。久方ぶりにこの俺に会ったというのに出迎えの言葉もなしか。
There was no mistaking him. Almost 6 months had passed since we spoke, yet he was his usual callous self. Honestly, I couldn't expect anything less from Kazuma. So, you really did come. For me. All of the tears that I thought were dried and left in Ezo began welling up once more. I wanted nothing less than for him to see me in such a state, but my heart was untied. Nothing could be done.
約束は守ると言っただろう。それとも信じていなかったのか。
Well, whether or not I believe you is one thing, but you can't blame me for starting to worry. I mean, I've received no correspondence from you in half a year's time. My eyes shifted away from Kazuma, and I rushed to wipe my tears from my puffy, swollen eyes. I was my only friend throughout this period, save for the harsh and lonesome winter.
それほどまでに寂しかったか。
Just for old time's sake. Bitch! I never said that! There was no hiding how much I missed him. But he was so frustratingly smug about it, as if it were his intention to keep me waiting all along, which made me hesitant to admit it. Just as I was about to offer my own snarky response, Cosmo stopped me with an outstretched arm. Then he drew me in closer, pressing his lips against mine just like Inezo. Instinctively, my head jerked backwards. Just, what do you think you're doing?
さっきも言ったはずだが、お前を迎えに来た。
I froze. I'm sorry. I need to laugh. I don't know where the laugh came from. It's just appearing and I don't know why. His crimson eyes beamed in front of me. A well of emotion stirred tirelessly from my stomach, glancing back and forth between euphoric joy and trepidation. My heart was pulled in 1,000 directions.
我が風間一族の里、別の場所へ移す支度は整えてきた。新政府の連中は立ち入れぬ場所だ。そこでなら静かに暮らせよう。あとはお前だけだ。観念してついてくるがいい。
Hold on a minute. I could just up and leave everything so sudden.
急ではないし、これ以上待つつもりもない。俺は5ヶ月もお前を待ったんだからな。いや、5ヶ月どころではないか。お前を新選組の連中に預けていた期間を含めれば。
Ugh. I wouldn't think that our last interaction would have changed things, but he was as pompous as ever. I was so aghast with embarrassment that I had nothing to say, as if he would listen to my reply. But while the world around us sped into a new age, Kazuma was a constant, unbending and unbroken and always by my side.
返事はどうした？俺と共に来るつもりはあるか？
I searched inside myself for the right words to say, leaving an awkward space to which Cosmo thinned his scarlet eyes gleefully.
確かめる必要などないか。お前の本心などとうに分かっているのだから。
He slowly closed the distance between us even more than he already had. His strong, thick arms covered me in warmth.
千鶴。
Then... He forced his lips upon mine, but this was different. It was as if he possessed a sixth sense to read all of my thoughts intuitively and on command. But I knew he was telling the truth. From the moment we parted in Ezo, my heart yearned for his tender embrace. It was a feeling that I cherished. Kazuma might have been a pain. Kazuma might have been a pain! But he was my pain, and I was all the better for it. Kazuma is a pain! Oh god, the achievement is Kazati. Why? Why is it Kazati? Fuck you, whoever did the achievements for this game. Oh god. Hold on. Was that ending the first time Kazuma said Chizuru? I feel like it might have, but I could be wrong. But yeah, we're done with Kazuma. And I know I said we'd do Sakamoto's before, but I had to change the plan. I decided to let a wheel decide who was next. And it was spun last night thanks to Blue. And we're doing Nagakura next. So I am willing to start that and then continue it a little bit tomorrow. But tomorrow and the rest of the weekend is gonna be Splatfest time, so Splatoon 3, I think, is the case. I could check right now. Hold on, give me a second. Do I have the correct date in my head of what of the Splatfest? No, yeah, it is the 31st at 08. Oh, right, the time changed. So it's no longer at 7. Right, got it. So, yeah. We're gonna start Nagakura's. So, I'll leave this screen on for now. Leave the screen on for now. Let me take a quick break, because that was 2 hours of me reading. So I'll be right back. Well, I'm back. Alright. We are then going to switch over to Kyoto Inns. And we'll do a bit of Nagakura's route. So while I do that, and click out of it. Let me just adjust. Hopefully that updated. And let me just adjust this. Back here. New game. Yes, we're keeping a new cheese with it. So, this time, out of necessity, we are skipping the prologue because nothing in there has changed. And nothing will change. Let me get the guide. Alright, where is... Nagakura. There he is. There's our beefcake boy. Right. And skipping the prologue. I'm curious to see where Nagakura falls in the list for me. Was it morning? What happened to me? Whoops. I could, if I really wanted to, I could just probably read all of this in my lower range. I don't know if I should or not. Fuck. I could go all the way fucking down here if I really wanted to. I could read like that, but I don't know if that's coming through correctly or not. But anyway, I attempted to recollect myself. Yeah. Right. All at once, the events of the previous night rushed back to me. This isn't my room. My limbs were snugly bound in tight knots, so all I could do was wiggle around in bed, twisting the blankets around me. I yearned for the comfort of my own futon, but the futility of such thoughts only forced me to confront the reality of my situation. If only I could wake from this strange nightmare. But I could not. Those men from the night before must have taken me with them, to the headquarters of the Shinsengumi. What will happen to me now? I inhaled deeply, lying down to await my fate. It was at that moment that the door slid open and a kind-looking man stepped through. So what I failed to mention last time, because they indeed did not say anything about who actually tied you up, it was Okita. Okita was the one who tied you up with very strong fucking ties and knots, and this is a shut the fuck up Solji moment. So there we go, we added to the counter again. No. He smiled quickly as he removed my ropes. My wrists, however, were left bound. And you are?
ああ、そうか。私はね、井上源三郎というんだ。
Thank you, Inoue.
さて、ちょっと来てくれるかい？今朝から幹部連中であんたについて話し合っているんだが、ゆうべあんたが何を見たのか確かめておきたいってことになってね。
Okay. I nodded curtly and struggled to stand, but my body was sore from being bound up all night. Soji! Inoue treated me with something like courtesy, but it was clear that I was in a lesser position. He must have been able to guess my thoughts, however, because he smiled at me and winked.
心配しなくても大丈夫さ。なりは怖いが気のいい者たちばかりだよ。
Even at home, I heard rumors of the vicious Shinsengumi that were unflattering. It was hard to imagine that the people in charge of such an organization were gentlemen.
一番年の若い東堂君は君よりちょっと年上くらいだよ。それに長倉君と原田君という賑やかな二人組もいるから大丈夫。
Despite Inoue's reassurances, it was difficult for me to trust what I was hearing as accurate. Sumimasen. Inoue led me to a room and opened a door. I stepped inside and found myself surrounded by the leaders of the Shinsengumi. Their eyes dug into me like sharp knives. I stared before me and then gulped nervously. Well, it wasn't particularly comfortable.
そうなんだ。さっき僕が声をかけた時には君全然起きてくれなかったよね。幸せそうな寝顔でぐっすりだったみたいだけど。
This is a certified shut the fuck up, Soji!
からかわれているだけだ。掃除はあんたの部屋になど行ってない。
Quite silently, I stared at Okita. Bitch. With his grin still spread along his face, he glanced over to Saito.
もう少しこの子の反応を見たかったんだけどな。はじめくんもひどいよね。勝手にバラすなんてさ。
I don't think Saito did anything wrong. You, on the other hand.
おいてめえら、無駄口ばっか叩いてんじゃねえ。
Hijikata's voice broked? Oh god. No further insubordination. Okita shrugged and fell silent, but the smile lingered through his bright eyes.
でさ、土方さん、そいつが目撃者。
The man who spoke was, well, he looked more like a boy than a man. Maybe this is the youthful Shinsengumi captain that Inoue was describing to me. I'd imagine the leaders of the Shinsengumi to be older, maybe even middle-aged men, but their faces were still blessed with youth. In fact, one might even confuse them at first glance for a gang of bohemian thugs. What does that even mean? Am I even saying that correctly? Going through this a second time?
ちっちゃいし細っこいな。まだガキだろこいつ。お前がガキとか言うなよ、平助。だな。聖剣様から見りゃ、平助もこいつも似たようなもんだろうよ。ガキ扱いしていいのは、俺みたいな立派な大人になってからだぜ。立派な大人って。まあ、新八が言っても説得力も何もねえがな。
Two nearby men replied to Todo with very mocking, but light-hearted tones. I somehow recalled Inoue's description of the two energetic members. His mention of them was brief, but seeing them in person was an eye-opening experience. He said the short-haired one was Nagakura, and the other with long hair was Harada.
うるさいな。おじさん二人は黙ってなよ。 ふざけんなよこのお坊ちゃまが。俺らにそんな口聞いていいと思ってんのか？
平助におじさん呼ばわりされるほど年は食ってねえよ。新八はともかく俺はな。
てめえ裏切るのか佐野。
へへ、新八さん図星されて怒るって大人げねえよな。
Their back and forth rapport seemed developed into a rhythm from years of friendship, which predated my arrival and made me foreign here. I sensed something apart from curiosity towards me, though, like a feeling of animosity. Despite their cheerful levity, they had not forgotten my presence among them. I still think that word is forgotten, not forgiven, because that makes no sense. Suddenly, I wanted very much to go home. I wanted to leave this place and never return. My chest tightened and I stared down, hoping to wake up in bed with all of this only a memory. Oh. His voice was calm and warm, and I felt myself relax, even if only a little bit.
何言ってんだ。一番怖いのはあんただろう、三男さん。
As he finished speaking, the rest of the men nodded solemnly in agreement. I wondered, who could possibly command such fear and respect from these men?
おや、心外ですね。皆さんはともかく鬼の副長まで何をおっしゃるんです？私はいつだって新選組の規範を第一に考えているだけですよ。その規範、ご法度を決めたのは土方君、君じゃなかったですか？
確かに決めたのは俺だ。だが、今はそんなことを言ってる時じゃねえだろう。
And the man called Sanan-san and Hijikata-san stared at one another with a smirk.
トシと三男君は相変わらず仲が良いな。
Dad! Hijikata and Sanan-san sounded distant when they spoke to one another, not exactly friendly. Still, the man who spoke had certainly sounded as though he thought they were friends. Listen, sometimes Kondo's brain is head empty, and we live for it.
ああ、自己紹介が遅れたな。俺が新選組局長、近藤勇だ。
When you say chief, do you mean to say that you are the most important man in the Shinsengumi?
いや、まあ、俺が偉いわけじゃない。皆の代表ということだよ。それから、そこの都市が副長で、横にいる三男君は総長を務めていて、
Fukusho. I think that's Commander Fukusho. I could be wrong. I'm just trying to learn words. I think I've heard that enough to say that Fukusho is Commander. I could be wrong.
いや、近藤さん。なんでいろいろ教えてやってんだよ、あんたは。
まずいのか？
情報を与える必要がないんだったら黙ってる方が得策なんじゃないですかね。
わざわざ教えてやるきりはないと思うけど。
確かにそうなんだが、紹介しないことには話が進まんだろう。
Harada glanced over at Kondo and let out a bark of laughter.
ま、ここまで来たら知られて困ることもねえけどな。
Kondo had looked rather disappointed when Hijikata spoke, but he perked up at Harada's words. Despite knowing him for 5 minutes, it's easy to see that his words resonated well with his men. He's had a sort of charisma that simply drew you in, a man who was impossible to hate.
さて、本題に入ろう。まずは改めて昨晩の話を聞かせてくれるか。
はい。昨晩京の都を夜間巡察中に不老の老師と遭遇。相手が刀を抜いたため切り合いとなりました。一部の大使らが老師を無力化しましたが、その折 彼らが失敗した様子をこの者に目撃されています。
As he finished, Saito-san turned to look at me. I didn't see anything. Even with my insistence, Hijikata continued to stare at me with a harsh glance. Saito-san remained expressionless, and the smile on Okita-san's face didn't change.
なあ、お前本当に何も見てないのか?
I didn't see anything.
見てないんならいいんだけどさ。
あれ、掃除の話じゃ、お前が大使どもを助けてくれたって話だったが。
No, that's not true. I glanced over at Okita-san, but his smile remained. Whatever he was thinking was a mystery to me. I was running away from the Ronin. Then some people with Shinsengumi uniforms appeared. Really, they sort of rescued me.
つまり、大使どもが老子を切り殺してる場面はしっかり見たってわけだな。
I couldn't exactly deny that. However, I knew that choosing to stay silent would implicate me deeper than lying would.
つまり最初から最後まで一部始終を見てたってことか。お前、根が素直なんだろうな。それ自体は悪いことじゃないんだろうが。
I wasn't sure what to make of Harada's words. My presence seems bad for the Shinsengumi. Would their next words be ones condemning me to death for being at the wrong place and time? My voice shook, but I knew I had to try. I won't tell anyone. I promise.
偶然老子に絡まれていたという君が私たちに敵対するものとまでは言いませんが、君に言うつもりがなくとも相手の誘導尋問に乗せられる可能性はある。
His voice was still warm, but his words were cold, and I began to feel my chances at life slip away.
話さないというのは簡単だが、この者が新選組に義理立てする理由もない。
約束を破らない保証なんてないですし、やっぱり解放するのは難しいですよね。ほら、殺しちゃいましょうよ。口封じするならそれが一番じゃないですか。
But
掃除、物騒なことを言うな。お上の民をむやみに殺して何とする。
そんな顔しないでくださいよ。今のはただの冗談ですから。
あんたは冗談に聞こえる冗談を言え。
fuck you, Okita. Just fuck you. After being rebuked by Saito, Okita-san gave a playful smile.
しかし、なんとかならんのかね。まだこんな子供だろう。
私も何とかしてあげたいとは思いますが、うっかり漏らされでもしたら一大事です。さて、私は副長のご意見を伺いたいのですが、いかがですか、土方副長。
The man looked at Hijikata-san, listening intently. He sighed and glanced around the room.
俺たちは昨晩、指導に背いた大使を粛清した。こいつはその現場に居合わせた。
それだけだとおっしゃりたいんですか？
実際このガキの認識なんざその程度のもんだとは思うんだな。けどよ、こればっかりは大義のためにも内密にしなきゃなんねえことだよな。新選組の大使は血に狂ってるなんて噂が立ちゃ、俺らのタイムにだって支障が出るぜ。
Shinpachi's words made sense to everyone. Hijikata's face looked grim.
おい、言葉を慎め。俺は指導に背いた大使を粛清したと言ったはずだぜ。
でもまあ、どっちみち見たことは変わらないんですけどね。
掃除の意見にも一理あると思うが、まあ 俺は土方さんや近藤さんの決定に従う。
俺は逃がしてやってもいいと思う。こいつは別にあいつらが血に狂った理由を知っちまったわけでもないんだしさ。
What do you mean, everything? I couldn't help but wonder aloud, and the mood in the room shifted to an icy silence.
英介、余計な情報をくれてやるな。
悪い。
ああ、これでますます君の無罪放免が難しくなっちゃったね。
男子たるもの、死ぬ覚悟くらいできてんだろ。お前も諦めて腹くくちまいな。
A man? Oh, that's right. They still believe me to be a boy. With everything else that had happened, I'd completely forgotten how I was dressed.
確かに潔く死ぬのも男の道だな。俺も若い頃は切腹したし。
サノの場合、まだ生きてるけどな。
Their jokes were barbaric, but they both broke into raucous laughter.
副長、結論も出ないことですし、一旦この者を部屋に戻してはどうでしょうか。同席させた状態で誰かが機密を漏らせば、処分も何も殺すほかなくなります。
He was right. If I remained with them, then I could easily hear something I wasn't supposed to. I didn't think he'd mention it for my sake, but rather as a possible concern for their group. I was still relieved when he'd brought it up.
そういうことにするか。ちょっと調べたいこともあるし。
私もその判断には賛成しますよ。ここには迂闊な方も多いですしね。
三男さん、わざわざこっち見て言うとかきついよ。
まあ仕方ねえよ。迂闊なのは俺らの担当だろう。主に平助とかな。
そんな責めるなよ。俺だって悪気はなかったんだからさ。
I could hear Toto's voice rise as everyone turned to look at him. He looked at them for a bit, then turned to me and mumbled in a voice I could barely hear.
あのさ、悪かったな。
I was still apprehensive about what they might do to me, so I couldn't quite respond to him well. But he seemed to understand, and I currently managed to nod. It was the most I could manage.
それじゃ斉藤、こいつを頼む。
承知しました。
Look, responding in ums and anuls and neto, it's just a little bit better than just saying yes, okay, alright all the time. So I'm gonna be changing between them or whatever I feel is best. Because I know the meaning of the words, and if I know the meaning of the words, therefore I could use them. Even if I'm not fluent in a language I don't understand quite as well. Anyway. After returning to my room, I spent some time reflecting upon my state and my still bound hands. The rumors spoke of the Shinsengumi as vicious men, but they seemed more intimate, human to me. Still, their presence or their well-being lingered through me, as if to say, we are not killers, but to protect our code, we must bring death. Remaining here is only bringing me closer to the possibility of them killing me. I don't know if I can convince them to spare me. Just as I have no loyalty to them, they have no loyalty to me. Only the Shinsengumi. But then, they mentioned a man must always be ready to face death. So are they still mistaking me for a man? Could I possibly risk exposing my true identity in exchange for mercy on my life? But this could just as easily backfire for me, and it could exact an even worse fate. I was truly at a loss for what to do. And the guide says we are going to attempt to explain my situation. I will tell them the truth. Perhaps if I did, they'd understand my dilemma. Perhaps they think I'm from Kyoto as well. If I told them I only just arrived in Kyoto, they might lower their guard, or so I hoped. I didn't know anyone in Kyoto, and I'd only come to look for my father. I haven't even told them I'm a girl. The rest, perhaps, could wait, but I felt that it might be wise to tell them I was a girl. I took a deep breath and screamed loudly, "Excuse me! Is anybody there?" After a few moments, the door slid open, and several faces appeared around the edges.
大胆だなお前さん。囚われの身分で俺らを呼びつけるなんてよ。で、自分から声をかけてくるなんざ、そろそろ腹も決まったのか。
No, that's not it. I want you to hear me out.
おそらくあんたの事情は汲めないだろう。それでよければ話すといい。
お前の運のなさには同情する。まあ、成仏してくれない。
ほら、男なら諦めが肝心だろ。
They all spoke as if they had already consigned me to death. It was time to make my choice. I decided to tell them why I'd come to Kyoto. I turned to Saito. He was cold, but I hope that meant he would hear reason as well. I'm looking for someone. Unfortunately, I don't actually know anyone in Kyoto. I only got here yesterday afternoon.
つまり、夜べもなしに女子一人で人探しをしていたわけか。
今の今日は治安があんまし良くねえし、人探しは楽じゃねえよな。って女
？You figured it out?
少し見ていればわかる。あんたの仕草は女子のものだ。
ちょっと待ってよ。女って本当なのか？そう言われてみると確かに動きがおしとやかな感じだったよな。そうだよな。まあ俺は最初から気がついていたぜ。
Heisuke lying his ass off.
俺ってやつは。
Nagakura's having a heart attack.
女のことは知らなくて、だからその
言葉もないかシンパチ。女関係は最高に疎いもんな、お前。
Harada.
だってよ、最初に言ってくれなきゃ。
ひとまず副長のもとへ戻るぞ。当然だがあんたにも来てもらう。事情の説明は全員が揃ってから改めて頼む。
Oh, alright. He looked at me silently and nodded. I nodded too, unsure of what else I could do. There I was, surrounded once again by the leaders of the Shinsengumi.
少年にしては華奢で可愛らしい顔をしていると思っていたんだが、まさか本当に女子だったとはな。
Kondo was nodding his head repeatedly as if he were agreeing with a very intelligent suggestion. For him to notice the softness of my features, it flattered me a bit.
女だって聞いてから見ると女にしか見えなくなってくるんだよ
しかし女の子を一晩縄で縛っておくとは悪いことをしたね。
でもよ、女だって言うが別に証拠はないんだろ。
Proof?
証拠も何も一目瞭然だろうが。なんなら脱がせてみるか。
Harada.
許さんぞ。衆目の中、女子に肌をさらさせるなど言語道断。
だがまあ、それが一番手っ取り早いと思ったんだ。無理にとは言わないがな。
でもよ、本当に女だって言うなら殺しちまうのも忍びねえよな。何甘いこと言ってるんだ。男だろうが女だろうが性別の違いは生かす理由にならねえだろう。
もっともです。ですが、女性に限らず、そもそも人を殺すのは忍びないことですよ。今日の治安を守るために組織された私たちが無益な殺生をするわけにはいきません。
I need water.
結局、女の子だろうが男の子だろうが、今日の平安を乱しかねないなら話は別ですよね。
The Shinsengumi had already suffered a very gruesome reputation in Kyoto. If rumors spread that their men were thirsty for blood, things weren't likely to go well for them. Kyoto would banish them, and with no one to protect the people, the city would erupt into chaos. Each of their members deeply understood the consequences of behaving rashly in these times.
悪いが、お前の荷物を改めさせてもらったぞ。どうやら江戸からここまで一人で来たみてえだな。荷物はわずかな着替えと一月分の小銭、それと数通の手紙とこの小立ち。手紙には幕府御殿医の松本良順の名前が。おそらくそこを訪ねたんだろう。お前の目的は何だ？
The minute my name was spoken, the vibe in the room shifted immensely. Everyone wore a stunned expression, eyes wide, and no words were uttered in response until...
土方さん、その名前は？
おいおい、偶然にしちゃって行き過ぎだぜ。
まあ待て。それを判断するためにも、まずは君の話を聞かせてくれるかな。
At Kondo's behest, I stood up to speak. My name is Chizuru Yukimura. Under the watchful eyes of the leaders, I sharply described how I came to face them. How I lived in Edo. How I'd come to Kyoto to find my father. How lonely the city felt before I arrived.
そうか。出身も江戸だったのだな。父上を探して遠路はるばる京に来たのか。して、お父上は何という方かね。
My father is Kodo Yukimura.
つながったな。
What are you talking about?
あなたが持っていた手紙の筆跡。これはまさに高堂さんのものでしたが、まさか本当に高堂さんのご息女とはね。
You would think that a man who has a daughter that has to go away for a very long distance in time, that he would say something to the people that he was working with, that, you know, he had a daughter living by themselves in Edo. But I suppose logic is dead. You know my father? The silence was enough to tell me that the revelation of my parentage caused a pronounced change in their behavior. Huh? What information are you talking about? I just came to look for my father. I swear I don't know anything else.
親父の高堂さんが何をしてるか知っててここに来たんだろうが。
I was only aware of my father being in Kyoto for his medical work, but I haven't seen him since last summer. That's all I know.
土方君、どうやら本当に何も知らないのかもしれませんよ。
So what do you know about my father? Where is he right now? Please, tell me.
高堂さんの行方は現在新選組でも探している。
You're after my father? So this means...
勘違いしないでね。僕たちは高堂さんを狙ってるわけじゃないから。
そっか。A huge wave of relief came over me.
同じ幕府側の協力者なんだけど、実は彼夏から行方知れずなんだよね。
幕府をよく思わない者たちが行動さんに目をつけた可能性が高い。
I let out an audible gasp, but Saito continued without paying me any mind.
生きている降参も高い。乱方位は利用価値がある存在だ。
I wasn't sure what else to do, so I nodded. My heart pounded in my chest, threatening to burst onto the floor. Still would be absolutely tragic if that could actually happen.
近藤さん、どうでしょうか。同じ人物を探す者同士、彼女に手を貸してあげてはいかがかと。
手を貸すとはどういうことかね。
行動さんが見つかるまで互いに協力し合うということです。彼女に協力してもらうことで行動さんが見つかる可能性は格段に上昇するでしょう。
Huh?
私たちがいくら探しても姿形を変えられてしまっては見抜くことは難しい。ですが行動さんの娘である君ならば身なりが変わっていようと看破できますね。
Of course. I nodded as I spoke, while giving him what I hoped seemed like a steady, reassuring smile.
それに彼女が手中にあるというのは何かと都合がいいと思います。
どうだトシ、三男君の意見に俺は賛成だ。
こいつが本当に何も知らねえって言うんなら。
It's true. All I know is that my father headed to Kyoto, but I don't know anything else. And about last night, I didn't see anything.
まあ、あの乱暴医の娘となりゃ殺しちまうわけにもいかねえか。
His eyes narrowed as he looked down at me.
昨べの件は忘れるって言うんなら、父親が見つかるまでお前を保護して。
君の父上を見つけるためならば、我ら新選組は協力は惜しまんとも。
Thank you so much. I never imagined something like this. I was elated to have escaped death, but not only had I survived, but I found myself a first decent lead.
殺されずに済んでよかったね。とりあえずはだけど。
Shut up, Okita. He gave me that same wolfish grin. There was no denying that my situation was still less than desirable, but it didn't matter for now. Yes, I'm very glad. Against all odds, at last, I'd found help where I'd never have expected it. The Shinsengumi. My first day in Kyoto was quite the adventure. In spite of everything I'd seen, my fortune was improving with every step. I still had a long way to go, but keeping positive was my only hope.
雪村君、よかったね。これからはよろしく頼むよ。
Thank you. It's a pleasure for me as well.
なあ、ゲンさん。女子となれば、ここのような男女体では申し訳ない気がするんだが。
ええ、そうですね。これはちょっと困りましたな。
Kondo crossed his arms and thought deeply.
不便があれば言うといい。その都度可能な範囲で対処しよ
う。Thank you.
まあ、女の子となりゃ手厚くもてなさんといかんよな。
新八さん女の子に弱いもんな。でもだからって手のひら返すの早すぎ。
いいじゃねえか。これで豚書が華やかになると思えば、新八に限らずはしゃぎたくもなるだろう。
I wasn't entirely sure I believed that sentiment.
とはいえ、ここでは女性として扱うのは難しそうです。大使として扱うのもまた問題ですし、彼女の処遇は少し考えなければなりませんね。
なら誰かの交渉にすりゃいいだろう。近藤さんとか三男さんとか。
やだな、土方さん。そういう時は言い出しっぺが責任取らなくちゃ。
ああ、そうだな。都市のそばなら安心だ。
そういうことで土方君、彼女のことよろしくお願いしますね。
I still love this part where Hijikata just fucked himself over.
てめえら、勝手に決めてるんじゃねえ。
As I watched their back and forth, some of my earlier relief began to ebb away. And this is how the Shinsengumi had come to look after me. Mid-February 1864. I slid the door open and met a breath of cool morning air. Clumps of thick clouds trundled silently over the city, an unusually strong wind driving them along. It's cold today. I shivered a bit and grabbed a jacket from near the door to wrap around myself. A week had passed since I'd begun living in the headquarters of the Shinsengumi. I was given a room of my own, but they made it clear that I wasn't to roam freely. They weren't the best accommodations, but given how close I was to being murdered by them, instead, I thought it was best not to complain. Still, do I really need to dress like this all the time? I sighed, staring at my feet on the cold floor. They'd given me temporary accommodations, but it wasn't without its strict conditions.
お前の身柄は新選組預かりとする。が、女として屯所へ置くわけにはいかねえ。新選組にかくまわれている女がいる。そんな話が万一にも広まれば、よくねえ勘繰りをする奴も出てくる。それに、噂を聞いて行動さんを狙っている奴らが、お前まで狙い出すかもしれない。もちろん、行動さんが狙われていると確定したわけじゃねえ。こういう不確定要素が多い現状で、迂闊な行動は取れねえってことだ。だから、お前には断層を続けてもらう。面倒だろうが、それでいい。
Clear. His reasoning was sound. Perhaps more than that, I knew he was concerned not only for the Shinsengumi, but also for the safety of my father and myself. Perhaps... where did that come from? I didn't have a choice, regardless. But keeping this in mind made his orders more palatable.
それに、たとえ君にその気がなくとも、女性の存在は体内の風紀を乱しかねない。ですから私たち幹部のほか、大使たちへも君の事情は話しません。情報はそれこそどこから広まるかわかりませんからね。
I understand the situation, so what should I do while I'm here?
屯所じゃ何もしなくていい。部屋を一つやるから引きこもってろ。
あれ、おかしいな。この子、誰かさんの故障になるんじゃなかったですか？
いいか、掃除。てめえは余計な口出しせずに黙ってろ。
Before long, I'd been there for a week. I guess I don't have much of a choice. No sense in dwelling on what I can't do, after all. Although it was still a new sensation, I'd grown comfortable in dressing like a boy. Particularly the feeling of wearing pants. Or, as we learned, hakama. I straightened up and touched the kodachi that Hijikata had given back to me. This was a familiar friend of mine, the blade by my hip stretching back as far as I can recall. According to my father, it was an important heirloom passed down through the Yukimura clan. As such, I was forced to take lessons in swordplay, making me well aware of what the blade was capable of. I had never cared much for weapons. Weapons hurt people, which is an obvious factor, but it was more than that, at least for me. For as far back as I could remember, any wounds I suffered healed at an incredible rate. Small cuts would disappear overnight. As a child, I thought nothing of it, but as I grew older, I began to realize that I was not quite normal. My father insisted it was a gift of the gods, but that I should tell no one of it. I didn't tell anyone, of course. I was afraid they would treat me like a monster if they knew. Ever since then, I'd done my best not to get hurt. I stayed as far away from blades as I could, and before I realized it, I developed a fear of them. My constant need for disguise was frustrating, but my condition left me more unsettled. Still, that wasn't the only thing on my mind. The rank-and-file soldiers treated me coldly. I'm not just imagining it, right? I learned having a private room was a privilege, even for captains. For a child to arrive and receive better treatment than their own captains, no surprises, really, for the soldiers to hate me. True, I suppose I can't really blame them. I was enjoying the Shinsengumi's hospitality, and so I felt I should help them in some way, but I knew nothing of soldiers and their ways. I gave as much effort as possible, despite Hijikata's commands for me to remain in my room. How does one calm the lonely, restless mind? I think for the soldiers, whenever the captains or other officers would look out for me, it appears as if they were giving me special treatment. They're just watching me. To make sure I kept my mouth shut, they took turns keeping watch over me. Any mistake on my part would cause huge trouble, so they were making an effort to keep me contained. Even if I could speak with the soldiers, what conversations could we share? Nothing. My only respite from any possibility of detection would be to stay alone. Again. All I wanted from this, though, was to find my father. Even though they'd promised to help me, keeping me locked here without the ability to leave was no better than being tied up. Just when I felt like I've made some progress into my journey, my search was kept to a halt. Perhaps, I thought, I could talk to Hijikata, if he would give me permission to look for my father. Oh no, that's right. Hijikata just recently departed to Osaka. Well, if Hijikata's not here, I wasn't sure what to do. Look, we're searching the compound, alright? That's what the guide says. As I thought about it, I realized that I had no idea how the Shinsengumi compound was laid out. If I were to live here, I thought, then I ought to make an effort to learn. As I took a deep breath, gathered my courage, and stepped out of the room. There's no one here. I looked around. The hall was utterly empty. Then again, since I'd snuck out of my room, it was probably for the best that no one had seen me. Still, I felt a little guilty about it. Perhaps I should have just stayed in my room. If I wandered around the compound, it was likely I'd see something I wasn't supposed to. I'd already stumbled into one of the Shinsengumi secrets the night I met them. I had no wish to do so again. Maybe I should reconsider. After some deliberation, I decided it was best to return to my room, but as I turned to walk back... From near the entrance, I heard... something. Slowly, I peeked around the corner. Walking toward the door, looking as if they would prefer not to be seen, were Harada and Nagakura. Oh. Can I come with you? Maybe if they let me go outside, I could finally start looking for my father.
そりゃ別に構わねえが、お前は楽しくないんじゃねえかな。
連れて行けるかバカ。勝手に許可してんじゃねえよ。
ああ、外出禁止なんだっけな、お前。それより見張りなしで部屋から出てていいのか？
Well, where are you going anyway?
おいおい、ごまかすなよ。まあ、いいけどな。俺らはこれから島原に行くとこだ。
Shimabara. The name was familiar. Wait, isn't that the red light district? Nagakura shook his head between us and sighed.
女の子に向かって島原に行くとか、わざわざ本当のこと言うなよ。
嘘つけねえんだよ、俺。知ってんだろ。考えに繰り出すくらい別にやましくもねえし。
Harada cannot tell a lie.
お前は酒が目当てだろうから、後ろめたくもなんともねえだろうよ。
Nagakura, are, you going for something other than alcohol?
いや、酒っていうか、なんていうか、ほら、お酒っていうだろ。
True. There was likely no shortage of beautiful women throughout Shimabara. Someone like Harada, who visited just for the drinks, was a rarity, if I were to guess. But you're going in the afternoon?
真っ昼間から酒飲むのも男のロマンってやつなんじゃねえの？
Harada held a natural charm that seemed to shrug off any judgment over possible impropriety? Well, even so, I really think it's good to be drinking in the afternoon. Even if it was every man's dream. It didn't feel right to condone it. Oi! What is that? Tea. Are you agreeing with us? Two captains drinking during the afternoon would hardly help the Shinsengumi's low public opinion. Question: do you want to join? Do you want to join, sir? I need an answer. Bucket, let's go. You're gonna join me on this journey. Hold on. Ah! Join me. Oh god. Anyway. Did I read this? I don't remember. Two captains drinking during the afternoon would hardly help the Shinsegumi's low public opinion. Then again, perhaps it wasn't my business to think of the Shinsegumi's public reputation.
昼から遊び歩くのはあんまり常識的じゃないってお前の言うこともわかるんだけどよ。近頃の今日は何かと物騒なんだ。俺たち新選組だってうかつに夜遊びできねえ。
What is that sprite? Nagakura! Nagakura!
から常識に縛られず行きたい時に行く。真っ昼間から遊びに行くことを迷わねえ。
Oh God. Ugh. That didn't really seem right. But even so, on some level, his absurd logic made some sense. After all, everyone needs to relax from time to time, especially if they have the worries of the Shinsengumi. And if they worked at night, then when else would they go but the afternoon? Damn it, he had logic. Damn, he had logic. I was reflecting upon this when Todo walked in.
あれ、まさかお前も行くの?
Well, I still haven't received permission to leave the house. I don't want Hijikata-san to get mad at me.
そっか。そいつは残念だな。
You're going to Shimabara too then, Todo?
ああ、そうだけど。で、東堂さんとか他人行儀な呼び方やめようぜ。
Hello? Eh? If you are talking, I hear nothing. Oh boy. Oh. He'll be back. Nothing. We're trying to figure shit out. What's going on? Oh no, things are going wrong. Be fine, right? Well, what should I call you then?
平介でいいよ。みんなも俺のことを平介って呼ぶし、これからしばらく一緒に暮らすんだしよ。それに、そのデスマスもやめようぜ。年も近いからもっと気楽に話してくれよ。
Blair, something is wrong with your mic. He'll get here eventually. Really? I just didn't want to be rude, Todo.
ほら、治ってないぜ。
Alright then. Heisuke.
そうそう。んじゃ、今日から改めてよろしくな。
It's a pleasure to meet you too, Heisuke. It wasn't anything important, I knew, but something about the exchange made me feel happy. Heisuke had, perhaps unknowingly, cheered me up. But... You're still going to Shimabara then?
そりゃその。でも、島原だから女ってわけじゃねえよ。みんなで酒飲んでバカ騒ぎしたい気分なんだ。
Oh. Oh.
Hello?
Oh my god!
It's finally working.
Yeah, it is.
Finally, this stupid piece of shit.
The iPad?
Yeah, fucking iPad.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Well, you're here.
Yes.
Can you tell that we
Finally.
finished? Can you tell that we finished Kazuma's route?
Wait, did you already finish the route?
Yup, I finished Kazuma.
Oh my god. How it went.
Oh god, it's gonna be under the top 6, I feel, out of the 12.
Oh Jesus.
Or top 5. I'm not sure yet. It's somewhere. I will say Kazuma did get into my heart by the end a bit.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But I have problems with him, so
Oh Jesus.
we'll see where he ends up when I'm done with everything.
お前が女の格好をしてくれるんならそれだけで十分に目の保養なんだけどな。
I think we have a new counter. It's just Harada.
A new counter?
It's just Harada.
Wait, what?
A Harada counter.
Okay,
we're good.
Everything you just say, shut the fuck up, right?
Well, that's for Okita. Harada is just a whole different situation.
Oh my god.
So we have an Okita counter. We're gonna have a Harada counter. We're gonna have a counter for anybody else that I just say "God damn it" to.
Makes sense.
Yeah. What?
あ、俺も絶対可愛いと思う。いろいろ落ち着いたら振り袖とか着てみせてくれよな。
Heisuke. Heisuke. You have no idea how much I would love for Chizuru to dress up like a girl. But it's not possible.
Nothing is impossible.
You guys, this is just so sudden. It was embarrassing for them to treat me like a girl all of a sudden, as if it just occurred to them. What do you expect from the Bako trio? Head empty.
Always expect the unexpected.
Dress like a girl? What should I tell them? Well, the guide says. No, I can't. Their smiles confuse me. Yeah, that seems about right. No, I can't.
なんでだよ。ちょっと着替えてくれるだけでいいんだぜ。
I know, but it's just that I'm not too comfortable with changing yet.
まあそういうこともあるよな。わかった。無理強いはしないぜ。
ちょっと佐野さ
ん。いいからいいから。そういうことにしとけって。
Once we settle the topic of the appropriativeness? Fuck. Appropriateness of my wardrobe. Nakakura shared his opinion.
そういうわけでさしてくれよ。
え？
俺らは汗水垂らして今日の治安を守ってんだぜ。
That's not a very convincing excuse. Despite my reservations, I understood the truth. They were partaking in normal activities for men. Besides, who was I to try and stop them in the first place? I certainly had no authority over them. While visiting pleasure quarters in broad daylight wasn't my thing, if their superiors took no issue, I was a guest of the Shinsengumi, and it would be rude for me to try and tell them what to do. But even so, they went out of their way to talk to me until I felt better about the situation. This showed they were good men, with nothing to hide. Alright. I suppose their reasoning made sense to me, and part of me was just envious of them. I too wanted to be free of the staleness in this compound, and search for my father.
土産買ってきてやる。何か食べたいものあるか？
Even though I was still turning the issue at hand in my head, the thought of food made me salivate. I also want food.
Food.
Food. Alright then. I'd like some tangerines. Maybe we can eat them together tomorrow afternoon? Damn, I want some tangerines now.
そいつはいいな。
That's tasty.
土方さんから外出許可が下りたらさ、お前の好きなとこ連れてってやるから。
Well, thank you, but Heisuke, you don't need to worry, alright? Even if you couldn't take me out now, it's the thought that counts. Thanks for cheering me up.
悪いな。ちゃっくら出かけてくるぜ。
Just as I waved to send those three off.
おや、これからみんなで出かけるのかい？
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
All of us nonchalantly turned our heads around to see Inoue pacing towards us.
よりによって源さんかよ。
おっと、こいつは参ったな。
They all refused to make eye contact and fell silent, so I responded to Inoue in their stead. Well, I'm not going anywhere, but, I had no idea what else to say. Were they expecting me to cover for them?
ほら、あれだよ、源さん、あれ。みんなで素振りでもしようかなって。
Heisuke quickly warmed to his excuse, as did Nagakura.
そう、それだ、平介。よく言った。今日は天気もいいし、風が暖かいからな。
Yeah, what they said. After hearing their excuse, Inoue reacted.
いやはや、長倉君たちは熱心だな。せっかくの機会だ。私も付き合わせてくれるかい？
And they have fucked themselves over. He looked honestly happy, pleased with the dedication of his fellows.
それは。
Absolutely fucked themselves over.
そうきたか。
Seeing as they were hopeless in getting themselves out of this, I decided to lend a hand. You guys are really going to train? Just then Heisuke opened his mouth.
あ、ごめん。俺もみんなと素振りしたいけど、今日は先約があるから付き合えないんだった。
Plans?
こいつに豚書の中を案内してやるって約束。そうだったよな。
No. It was news to me.
頼む。話合わせてくれ。
Heisuke is just begging. He gave me a desperate, somber look with eyes like a sad puppy. I had no choice but to go along. Look at that face. How can I say no to the good boy?
He said the puppy.
That's right. Yeah.
あ、そうそう、そうだよな。
His eyes sparkled and he grabbed a hold of my hand and began to walk off. Heisuke had cheered me up earlier after all. Perhaps in this way, I was returning the favor.
待て、平介。一人だけ逃げようなんざ。
Before he could even finish, Hanada interrupted, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. Hanada!
俺も付き合ってやるよ。他の大使に絡まれちゃ面倒だろ。
Well, I suppose you have a point.
そうかそうか。原田君の言うことはもっともだね。
absolutely disregarding the fact that Heisuke is going to be right there.
彼女のことは二人にお任せするとして。じゃあ長倉君、我々は中庭に行こうか。
平助のみならず、お前も笠野。
His knuckles turned white and his face shook with exasperation. What? Heisuke grabbed my hand and Harada pushed me from behind, and soon we were moving away from the entrance at a rapid clip.
裏切り者、戻ってこい。
Nagakura's shouts were echoing, but the laughter of the two men caused their eyes to sparkle in kind. It, it was infectious, and I couldn't help but laugh with them, my worries gradually drifting from me. Fuck! After the commotion settled, Heisuke and Harada actually gave me a tour around the headquarters. Nagakura, alternatively, had no such luck. I heard later that he and Inoue spent the rest of the day training just the two of them. Oof.
Just the two of them.
At the end of the day, I think he's a good man. Whew. Time stood still, shadows drifting along my wall. How long am I going to do this? That's a question I ask myself all the time. Solitude was proving detrimental to any glimmer of hope. My heart felt heavier with each moment. How lonely the wistful, forlorn mind can become. I had been swept up in a frightened world. I didn't. There's so many words I could substitute there. I didn't understand and couldn't possibly control. I can't possibly figure out what's happening to father if I'm stuck here. Only Hijikata-san could give me permission to leave, and he's gone. All I could do was wait. Lamenting things I couldn't change wouldn't improve my situation, and would arguably make it worse. I knew I couldn't trust the men of the Shinsengumi completely. They were, after all, men who could take life in the blink of an eye. It would be just as easy for them to end my life. Well, at least they've all been nice to me. For now. They're nice men deep down, right?
君さ、騙されやすい性格とか言われない？
It's a trap.
It's an Okita. What are you doing here?
あれ？もしかして気づいてなかったとか？この時間帯は僕が君の監視役なんだけどな。
Did I ever say who I would want to cosplay from Hakuoki? If I could.
I don't think you have said who.
If I could, I do not know why, but the first character that popped into my head was Okita.
Oh my.
I don't know why. I have no clue why.
This is a pretty cool kimono.
But he also has a Western outfit as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Then you have two choices.
Yeah, I would. I would. But I have no idea why it was Okita. It's a fucking mystery.
Maybe something deep down in your heart.
That says what?
I don't know. Something that says that you want to cosplay him, probably.
This cosplay is Okita. Ah.
Terrible.
Did you hear everything I said?
なんか言ってたの
Smug ass face. He'd heard me. He had definitely heard me. I wanted to scream, but before I could open my mouth, Saito stepped out from behind the door.
そうじ、無駄話はそれくらいにしておけ。
Wait, were you here the whole time too?
つい先ほど来たばかりだが。
Oh, thank goodness. I'm sorry for screaming like that.
気にするな。そもそも今の独り言は聞かれて困るような内容でもないだろう。
True, I didn't say anything, bad, but still. Well, I was just embarrassed to be caught talking to myself. I do this all the time when I'm alone.
Same.
As Saito watched me fidgeting and mumbling, his eyes pierced right through me.
夕飯の支度が済んだのだが、邪魔をしただろうか。
Oh, no, nothing at all.
あんたと掃除の話に一区切りついたら声をかけるつもりだったんだが、放っておくと長引きそうだったからな。話の腰を折らせてもらった。
Hi.
Huh?
Hello.
Oh, hi!
Yeah.
Oh, hello! I can't see the Discord, so I didn't know.
Damn.
Yeah, that's why. I'm streaming, so I can't.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I stream.
I'm streaming.
I'm going. Let me check.
Oh my god. Did I ever mention who Saito's voice actor is?
Right.
If you played Persona 3, this is Junpei's voice actor.
Oh,
Yeah.
This cool.
Oh, and Kazuma. Oh, fuck. I forgot to mention this. Kazuma.
Yeah.
Kazuma is, one of the Kaibas.
One of the Kaibas?
Yeah, one of the Seto Kaibas.
Oh my god.
So, like, oh, Jesus. I didn't recognize it. To be
I'll be
fair.
back real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, they probably sound like very different. Different type of eras. So they need different tones, bro.
Maybe it's also been a very, very long time since I've heard Kaiba. Specifically GX era Kaiba, which is what that is. Is Jack okay?
Yeah. You're checking my mic.
Okay. Saito shrugged shortly before we caught the sound of footsteps approaching us noisily. Heisuke shot through the door. But the door's open. The moment he saw us, however, his face fell. Well, is that line different? It might be.
すまない。取り込み中だった。
まあ仕方ないな。飯の時間なんだからさ、早く行こうぜ。
That line is
なくなっちまうよ。
that line is different. Heisuke, bleh. The other Heisuke just came in complaining that dinner is ready. You're taking too fucking long. Come on, let's go eat before Nagakura eats it all.
早く来たか。
おめえら遅えんだよ。この俺の腹の高鳴りをどうしてくれんだ。
新発さ、それってただ腹が鳴ってるだけだろ。困るよね、こういう単純な人。
What?
Wait.
Eh?
Can you see that?
What?
Something like react. I don't know what's that.
Eh?
Yeah, it says like reacting something. No, I don't know what is that.
Oh, I don't know.
Twitch stuff.
I don't know enough about Twitch.
お前らが来るまで食い始めるのを待っててやった。俺様の寛大な腹に感謝しやがれ。
新八、それ寛大な心だろ。それじゃ、いつものように自分の飯は自分で守れよ。
今日も相変わらずせこい夕飯だよな。というわけで、隣の晩ご飯突撃だい。
And we're back to this scene.
弱肉強食の時代、俺様がいただくぜ。
ちょっと新発さん、なんで俺のおかずばっか狙うかな。
I can't tell if there was people outside or birds.
Maybe it's beer people.
It might be people. I just
Bold,
hear noises outside. Muffled
Oh,
because of this
Jesus.
headset.
You can throw
そ
bread.
れは体の大きさだ。大きいやつにはそれなりに食う量が必要なんだよ。
じゃあ育ち盛りの俺はもっともっと食わないとね。
毎回こんなんですまないな。
I've gotten used to it.
慣れとは恐ろしいものだな。
Oh, why aren't you taking anything?
うん。あんまりお腹いっぱいに食べるとバカになるしね。
おいおい、バカとは聞き捨て。だがその飯はいただくぜ。
どうぞどうぞ。僕はお酒をちびちびしてればいいし。
And this is true to history.
んじゃ、俺も酒にするかな。
ただご飯とか気にしないで。お腹いっぱい食べるんだよ。
Eh?
No, my dog.
Oh no, the dog.
Yeah.
What dog you doing?
He spooked me.
Wait, what?
I didn't feel something on my back. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Oh, it's the dog.
Yeah. And he's the tiny one. The Chihuahua.
Ah, small.
Yeah. I don't know what he wants. Oh, wait. I think I know.
I know. I can't help but feel a little bad, though.
気にしなくてもいいが、自分の飯は自分で守れ。
Okay. Always eating alone made the experience of dinner with these men both an exhilarating and a frightening evening for me. It was actually fun.
最初からそうやって笑ってろ。俺らもお前を悪いようにはしないさ。
How did that counter go up?
This thing reminds me like Demon Slayer episode.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it does. Do you know which one I'm
Those
talking
two of
about?
us.
I haven't watched Demon Slayer, but okay. I'll take both of your words for it. Yeah, I haven't watched it.
You should give it a try later.
Yeah, at some point, maybe. I know nothing about it, though.
Huh?
I know nothing about Demon Slayer.
Just was Demon Slayer, that's all.
Demon Slayer is about slaying demons.
Enough shit. No.
And swords.
And sword.
His mouth curled up into an honest smile of his own.
I was thinking you said Canada. I was
Canada.
like, what?
Canada!
Canada! Yeah. Like, what?
Canada from Canada.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's.
Oh God.
I heard that. I'm like, Canada.
Wait, he has like the Canadian colors.
Oh Lord. In an alternate life. In an
He
alternate
became a
life.
Canadian.
Shit.
Canada for Canada.
That was a beep.
Beep.
Could you guys hear that?
Oh, I heard the.
No.
I heard like a. Yeah, I heard that. Like,
Okay.
What was that?
Had I really looked so down? Perhaps they were all trying to cheer me up. I wasn't quite sure how to feel. I was conflicted over whether or not to feel pity for myself or to appreciate the moment for what it was. The joy seemed to be winning out. However, and I had caught myself... What? Brain! I enjoyed the joy... Yeah. The joy seemed to be winning out, however, and I caught myself smiling as Inoue entered the room. Who was sending shit?
Shit.
What? No. Yeah, no.
As usual, his voice was warm, but in his eyes was a level of solemnity I'd never seen before, at least during our brief acquaintance thus far. The warmth of the room slowly evaporated.
大阪にいるトシさんから手紙が届いたんだが、三男さんがタイム中に重傷を負ったらしい。
What?
何があったの？
ああ、二人が訪ねる大阪の呉服屋に老師たちが無理やり押し入ったらしい。駆けつけたトシさんと三男さんがなんとか老師たちを退けたらしいが、その時に切られたそうなんだ。
Is he going to be alright?
相当の深手だと手紙に書いてあるけど、傷は左腕とのことだ。剣を握るのは難しいみたいだが、命に別状はないそうだよ。
Ah, thank goodness. I exhaled as a brief sigh of relief, but the rest of the room was tense, still itching for answers.
数日中には豚書へたどり着くんじゃないかな。それじゃ、私はイサミさんと話があるから。
He turned as he spoke, his last words delivered over his shoulders, and was gone. It was Saito who soon broke the awkward silence.
剣が握れないほどの深手か。腕の筋まで立たれているかもしれん。刀は片腕で容易に扱えるものではない。最悪三男さんは二度と真剣を震えまい。
At last, I understood.
片腕で扱えば刀の威力は損なわれる。そしてつばぜり合いになれば確実に負ける。
薬でも何でも使ってもらうしかないですね。三男さんも納得してくれるんじゃないかな。
そうじ、めったなこと言うもんじゃねえ。幹部が羅刹になってどうするんだよ。
Hmm? Wait, that didn't make any sense. What are the Furies?
ああ、羅刹ってのは薬を飲んだら怪我も治っちまう。平助!
Huh? Before I could move, Harada was on his feet and halfway across the room. I barely had time to gasp before he drove his fists into Heisuke.
Yeah.
Yep. Heisuke, are you alright?
やりすぎだぞ、佐野。悪かったな、平助。
I heard myself.
What?
I heard myself.
Wait.
It came through
Okay,
someone's
it
mic.
was in the game. I thought you actually hit something.
No.
大丈夫か悪かったな
After a moment, Harada curtly nodded to Heisuke in apology, the latter offering a quick pained smile.
いや今のは俺が悪かったけどたくさんのさんはすぐ手が出るんだからな
Can you hear that?
Hmm?
Okay, you don't. Okay, that's good.
I might have been
I'm drinking juice.
Oh!
That's why, yeah. I'm
I-
drinking juice right now.
Okay.
Making noise.
His punch had enough...
Soda.
His punch had enough force to knock out a lesser man, but Heisuke seemed unfazed. It was never clearer now how different these men were.
They are men. That's why.
I never would have guessed that.
Hoy la lucha empieza.
No. No.
Oh
That
my
can
god.
be copyright.
Stop!
I should
Stop
read.
it! Stop it! Stop! Stop!
Yeah.
God damn
Sorry.
it.
Oh, maybe.
Bitch, stop. Stop.
Okay. Salgo con la de mucha lucha.
God damn it, no.
I'm gonna die.
Yes.
No.
それとさっきの平介の話は忘れてくれ
Oh no,
Wait,
a
what?
clown.
Wait, what?
I'll be back.
Oh,
What?
he'll be back.
Like, I don't know what happened to my mic. My headphone.
Eh?
Oh. Okay, that's weird.
You okay?
Yeah, just my headphones.
Oh.
Like, I hear you, but like super far away.
Oh.
I don't know why.
His voice was friendly, but his eyes gave his words a cold weight that made me feel uncomfortable.
One
羅
chat.
刹っていうのはかわいそうな子たちのことだよ
Okita's voice was flat, emotionless. A sudden chill of melancholy entered his eyes. I couldn't bring myself to say anything more. Thankfully, Nagakura broke the awkward silence.
お前さんは何も気にしなくていいんだってだからそんな顔するなよ
I was only a guest in their house, not a warrior of the Shinsengumi. The truth of the Shinsengumi's secrets were no business of mine, something I'd known. There was little value in that sentiment, however.
忘れろ深く踏み込めばあんたの生き死ににも関わりかねない
I bit my lip and kept silent. The wall between us was almost tangible, almost far too large an obstacle for me to defeat easily. I finished my dinner in sad silence, excused myself, and returned to my room. I had a
See
great...
ya,
nerd. Oh, Jesus. I had a great deal to think about. Furies, huh? I wondered to myself if the Furies referred to the Rakshasa pictured in Buddhist texts. Eh?
Nothing.
What?
My phone.
Oh. Though I wasn't well versed, I recalled reading a text about a man eating demon god with that name. I have no idea where to start, from drinking the medicine to Captain becoming a fury. Ugh. No, I wasn't supposed to think about those things. I was only going to get myself in trouble if I stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Seeing or hearing the wrong thing could kill me. If I die, I'll have a hard time looking for my father. The Shinsengumi captains are keeping themselves hush around me, especially about the Furies. Are they doing it to protect me? Even if I dug around, I'm sure nothing good would come out of it. With that in mind, I did my best to clear my head of the evening's events and slipped into my futon. And now it's time to go to sleep.
Let's go.
Let's go. It's now March 1864. March 1864. A fast approach a month since I began living with the Shinsengumi headquarters. Hijikata-san and Sanan-san finally returned to the compound from their trip to Osaka, but spirits were low. Sanan-san's injury had unforeseen consequences for everyone in the organization. Day-to-day operations became hectic for a little while. His wounds seemed quite dire, and they drained whatever goodness in his nature he'd hoped to keep. Sanan would spend...
Honk.
Oh my god. Honk? Where honk?
I deal with the clown.
Eh?
What?
What?
Le partí la madre a mi hermano.
God.
Anyway.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting, but I'm back.
Yeah, hi.
Hello.
Sanan-san would spend days holed up in his room, protected by a barrier of impenetrable silence. If he were to leave his room, a rare occasion now, he was often short-tempered and quickly retreated.
No. There. Okay, it's working now. Finally.
What?
No headphones.
Do they fall off or what?
Not like the little auxiliary connection.
Yeah.
The little thingy for my headphones is too big.
Oh.
Yeah, and I have to like screw
Oh
around
no,
with
you have to mess with it. Oh god.
Oh. Yeah, if I push it out, it works. But if I don't, oh, there. Okay, there it is.
Oh god, you need tape.
Yeah.
You need tape to tape it in place.
You need duct tape.
The ducky tape.
Quack.
The quack tape.
the quack tape.
Quack. Anyway, even though I too spent days in the exile of my room, he seemed to take it much differently. Sanan-san seemed trapped within a painful memory, each day bringing him closer to a gloomy twilight. I softly pondered what service I could offer to the Shinsengumi if I were not allowed to search for my father. I'm sure Hijikata-san is overwhelmed with whatever business he's dealing with, but I need to visit him. I realized with the tension so high that it's better to give Hijikata-san on my side rather than not. Ah, no. I crept around the hall looking for Hijikata, but he was nowhere to be seen. Would it be impolite to visit his room directly? That is still an answer of yes. Eh?
No.
No?
No.
Why?
Why not?
You once were.
Yeah.
As I paced around the hall in contemplation, an unknown warrior appeared before me. I've been living in the Yagi residence. Eh?
Check his honky.
Oh god.
Honk.
Honk. I've been
Honk,
living.
honk, 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 honk,
God damn it!
God damn it. Okay, we shut the fuck up. Okay.
Fucking hell.
Honk. That's all.
I'd been living in the Yagi residence for a month, but he was unfamiliar to me. My current dilemma compelled me to approach him. Excuse me, have you seen Hijikata? The man turned to respond, and my eyes widened to scan his enormous frame before he spoke. Oh, I am... Well, it's a long story. I'm Chizuru Yukimura.
Hey, motherfucker! Keep that! My dog! He's grabbing like a bunch of random stuff.
Oh my god. Doggy, no.
He grabbed some vitamin C.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I don't know how.
Doggy, no!
I don't know where. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck he got them.
What the fuck?
The other day, he grabbed like a little owl, a wood owl,
Mm-hmm.
and he freaking destroyed the back of the owl.
Oh no.
Yeah. It was like the pair. Now we only have one and a half.
No!
Yeah.
I wasn't aware they were telling people that I was an apprentice warrior at headquarters. However, my reputation was the last thing on my mind as I faced this man's pressuring gaze. I didn't appreciate the harsh scrutiny he seemed to impose, scanning me from head to toe.
局長や副長とはどんな関係だ？同じ江戸の出身らしいが、どんな縁故を使って取り入った？
I didn't know such thing.
そう向きになるところを見ると、ますます怪しいぞ。ここはお前のような剣の腕も才覚もなさそうなものがうろうろしていいところではないんだがな。もう一度聞く。どうやってあの二人に取り入った？この私、武田観柳斎が聞いているのだぞ。なぜ答えない？
God fucking damn it, Takeda. He grew increasingly agitated, almost like a petulant child, because I refused to answer him. He reached his massive hand over towards me as if to grab me, but then a voice stopped him.
Oi, Takeda! こんなところで何をしている?
When he recognized Hijikata-san's voice, he snapped his hand back to his side. Bitch was about to grab me!
Grab this!
Kick his ass.
局長に少々用がありましてね。
俺は何も聞いちゃいないが。
最近お姿が見えない三段総長の代わりに相談に乗ってほしいと言われているのです。しかし、近藤局長もいらっしゃらないようなので、私はこれで失礼します。
Takeda turned to take his leave, but then he slowed his steps, leaving us with a few words.
ところで、
Bitch. All that. Wait.
そのものを故障に取り立てたというのは本当ですか？
まあ、少しばかり訳ありでな。
承知しました。訳ありならば、詳しく聞くのはやめておきましょう。ですが、あまり同じ郷里のものばかりを周りに囲うのはいかがなものかと思います。
Oh, can I be back?
Hello.
The freaking juice wants revenge.
What? What does that mean? What?
では、失礼。
What the hell?
Once Takeda exited the hall, I couldn't help but feel a rush of relief.
雪村、豚書の中を勝手に歩くんじゃねえ。
Yes, sir. I didn't mean to cause trouble.
お前の正体を知っているのはこのヤギ邸に寝起きしてるやつだけだ。前川邸からこっちに来るやつらにも気をつけろ。
Clear. I promise to be more careful going forward. So, may I ask who that man was?
あいつか。5番組組長の武田官流。
It was me.
It was you?
Yes.
Oh god.
腕はそこそこだが、
I was about to make a
文学
judge
だが軍
friend
学の
with
多少の
I-
the guy. Shut the fuck up.
I know what you were doing. I feel like you don't have to be a fan of JoJo to know what the fuck you're going for.
抜け目のないやつだから気をつけろ。
Okay.
それから用がないならお前もこの辺でうろうろしてないで部屋に戻っていろ。
Hijikata attempted to dismiss me, having said what he felt was appropriate as a stern commander. So, according to guide, I quietly returned to my room. Understood. Although I was able to finally see Hijikata-san, I didn't want to walk around and cause trouble. So, just as Hijikata-san ordered, I decided to return to my room. What? Someone had arrived into the room. June 1864. The fourth year of the Bankyu era became the Ganji Gannen, and the summer sweetly blossomed. Spring shed its blossoming skin, giving birth to lush green trees facing the wide open sky. During one of these beautiful summer days, I finished cleaning after everyone ate breakfast, and Saito brought me to the hall to Hijikata.
副長、斉藤です。雪村を連れてまいりました。
入る。
Saito responded by quietly opening the sliding doors, gesturing me to enter the room. Upon entering, I saw Hijikata-san, but also Okita-san, Nagakura-kun, Harada-san, and Heisuke in the hall. It appeared that only the captains who were aware of my situation were present.
随分と長く待たせたな。お前を外に出してやる時が来た。
Really? I could barely
Yeah, I
conceive.
was talking like an idiot.
Eh?
I was talking like an idiot.
Oh my god.
Like, hey, hello. Oh shit, I forgot I muted.
You forgot you muted yourself. I could barely contain the excitement in my voice as soon as the words came out of his mouth. So, is it true there was a man in Fushimi that matched my father's profile?
真偽は定かじゃねえが、本人かどうかは娘のお前に確かめてもらうのが一番だと思ってな。
I nodded in response. For now, any information pertaining to my father was appreciated, so I was thankful. So, where's this man that supposedly looks like my father?
伏見にある寺田屋って宿だ。これから斎藤に確かめに行っても。
Saito is assigned. I wasn't sure if that meant I was to accompany Saito or if I would have to wait longer for him. Then Harada chimed in.
だが、行動さんがまだそこに留まってるとは限らねえだろう。
ああ、伏見にいたってことは今日の街中をうろついてる可能性もある。
その通りだ。だから原田と新八、それから平助の巡察にこいつを同行させて高堂さんを探してもらってもいい。
俺たち全員でいつもは手分けして順番に見回りしてるのに。
Hijikata-san didn't bother entertaining a response, instead looking towards me. Was he suggesting... These were the men who were responsible for dealing with me should I attempt to flee. Heisuke must have sensed this as well, as he made no attempt to push the issue any further.
言いたいことは分かりましたけど、この子のおもりを僕たちに任せっぱなしってのは気に入らないな。今日は確か土方さんも外出する予定が入ってましたよね。今後のためにも可愛い故障を同行させていろいろ勉強させたらどうですか？
Shut the fuck up, Okita. You don't get to call me fucking adorable.
何を言ってやがる。こいつが俺の故障っつうのはお前が勝手に言ってただけだろうが。
でも他の大使たちは完全にそう信じ込んでるみたいですよ。嘘から出た誠なんて言葉もありますし、相応の仕事をさせた方がいいんじゃないですか。
As Okita and Hijikata bickered at one another, the mood of the room was locked in their tense words, until Harada-san whispered to me.
今の今日は物騒だし、無理に出かける必要はねえと思うぜ。俺たちも一応、コードさんの顔はわかるんだしな。
I could look for my father in Fushimi, or join the patrol rounds assuming he's moved places, or stay here to keep safe from the outside, or accompany Hijikata-san at his page. What should I do? Well, luckily, we're not going to be doing nothing this time. We get to join them on the rounds. Well, I would like to accompany Nagakura, Harada, and Heisuke on their patrol.
なんだ、俺たちと一緒に来るつもりか？巡察って遊びじゃねえんだぜ。
別に脅かす必要はねえだろう。俺たちに表だって喧嘩を売ってくる命知らずがそうそういるはずねえし。
ああ、大船に乗ったつもりで安心してくれていいぜ。
Thank you. My hands trembled from excitement. I was going to be able to join Nagakura and the others. Patrol time! Although I was given approval to pursue the inner yard or the front gate, this was special. It was almost 5 months since I'd been able to step out of the headquarters and explore. Jesus! 5 months. It was as if I could take my first breath after being submerged underwater. Got it. While tagging alongside the men on their rounds, I was served a dose of reality I wasn't prepared for. A pervasive sense of revulsion came from every pair came from every pair of eyes. Came from every pair of eyes laid on the Shinsengumi. However, when we met their judgmental gaze, they pretended to go about their business, shuffling themselves away. Their body language denoted a mixture of fear and disgust, as if they were paralyzed by rumors. Amidst the haze, I heard someone mutter, "The Mibu Wolves." No, it's nothing like that. I brought my voice to a whisper and quietly asked Harada a question. What are the Mibu Wolves? I've heard it in murmurs from the townspeople since we started doing our rounds. I'm not sure if being a wolf is something to be proud of. But why? You guys are protecting the safety of Kyoto, right?
今日の人間はよそ者が嫌いだからな。俺たちのことを田舎者だのなんだのって散々バカにしてくれやがって。
まあ、江戸みてえにいろんな藩の出の人間が住んでるわけじゃねえからな。どうしても よそ者への偏見はあるさ。
As it stood, the warriors seemed used to how the townspeople treated them. I kept my hands at my side, keeping a keen eye around the city for any sign of my father. All of a sudden,
今何と申したのだ。我ら勤王の死に立てつくとは、天使様に弓引くのと同じことぞ。
a group of thugs with greasy, unkempt hair were causing trouble with some of the townsfolk. Heisuke noticed the emerging fray and was quick to aid whomever the thugs were harassing.
おいてめえら、そこで何してやがる。新選組だぞ、神妙にしろ。
身分だと。
The Ronin caught sight of the Shinsengumi's light blue jackets and drew his sword in response. It was clear, however, the Ronin were no match.
おとなしくしろ。暴れなきゃ命までは取らねえよ。
One of the Ronin tried to make a run for it by pushing through the surrounding warriors.
待ちやがれ。
Heisuke chased after him, but the Ronin was quick at navigating the crowds, giving him the edge. I didn't think there was any chance of catching him, but then, appearing out of nowhere...
どこに行くつもりだ。何もやましいことがないなら逃げることはないはずだろ。
A mysterious samurai appeared, grabbing the Ronin's shoulders and stopping him in his tracks. Holy shit, you are brave.
邪魔をするな。
Oof. The Ronin threw a punch at the samurai, landing in his face. Ow!
その程度の腕前でこの俺の足止めをしようとするなど100年早いわ。
The Ronin roared with a smug laughter. Attempting to run, he was stopped by Harada.
おっと、どこに行くつもりだ。まさか仲間を見捨てて逃げるなんて言わねえよな。
豚書までお付き合い願うぜ。いつ解放してやれるかはわからねえがな。
そう、ふざけるな。
Before the Ronin could swing his sword, Nagakura and Harada tackled and subdued him.
何をする。話さぬか。
うるせえぞ。今からもっと痛い目に遭わせてやるからな。
Heisuke approached the mysterious samurai who attempted to stop the Ronin.
手伝ってくれてありがとよ。助かったぜ。
The samurai sat on the floor with his head down, hiding his bloody, disgruntled face.
Oh, jeez.
別に礼を言われたくてしたことじゃない。
He wiped his mouth without wincing, adjusting his posture sheepishly. It sounded as if he was muttering to himself.
Motherfucker.
The fuck you come from?
Don't imagine.
The boys.
The juice. Fuck the juice. It was apple juice.
Okay. Heisuke was visibly angered by the samurai's words.
俺たちが乱暴者ってどういうことだ。誰が言ってた。
誰って。江戸じゃ誰もがそう言ってるぞ。名を上げることしか頭にない。血に飢えた人斬り集団の新選組ってな。
The samurai's harsh words rung deep within Harada, causing him to grab the samurai's collar and pushing him up against the wall. Jesus Christ, Harada!
Canada.
てめえ、今なんつった。
何をするんだ。俺は聞かれたから答えただけだぞ。
じっくり聞かせてもらおうじゃねえか。江戸の噂かどうか知らねえが、お前が俺たちをどう思ってるかをよ。
待て、俺の考えじゃないって言っただろうが。そこの人も止めてくれ。
こうなっちまったら諦めろ。佐野にはこの手の冗談は全く通じねえんだから。命が惜しければ早いとこ詫び入れた方がいいぜ。
Eh?
I haven't
He's boring.
it. Yeah, and it's 51 questions.
What? What?
I haven't had time. 51 questions.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Do it. Get it over with.
No.
Do it.
No. I want to.
You have to at some point.
Yeah, it's too much hassle.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Procrastination.
Yes. Always. I have homework.
He turned away awkwardly and a piece of paper dropped out of his inner pocket. Kimonos have pockets?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Like pants or on the sleeves.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Like
they're
in Demon
weird.
Slayer.
Yeah.
Hanada reached down to pick up the piece of paper and the samurai's eyes widened in panic. Oh no.
Cocaine.
The samurai raised his hand down to grab the paper, but Nagakura and Heisuke were faster than him. Bleh. With two men holding him down, the samurai's desperate attempts to break free of their grasp were hopeless. They were far too strong.
何をするはこっちのセリフだろ。どうしていちいち突っかかるんだよ。
うるさい、この鳴らす者ども。
Harada grabbed the piece of paper and examined it as Nagakura and Heisuke argued with the samurai. His face wore a deeply concerned expression. I wasn't able to catch a glimpse myself. My heart pounded. Was it a lead from my father? Did it describe a plot against the Shinsengumi?
It's porn.
What? Jesus Christ! Oh God!
Jesus Christ.
Suddenly,
I don't know, man.
Suddenly, Hanada looked up to question him. Harada's tone of voice shifted, as if the two were locked in a duel to the death.
なんだ？何が書かれてたんだよ。
Nagakura could sense something was off with Harada. Harada handed the piece of paper to Nagakura without speaking a word. Nagakura examined it for a second before passing it. Before passing it to Heisuke.
God damn.
Holy shit. They're fucking around. He's getting exposed.
Both of whom snapped into alertness.
Oh,
I love
shit.
I love both of you two's assumptions. I already know what it is.
Oh my God.
Oh God.
武士にこんなことをしてただで済むと思っているのか。
Have you ever seen it? God damn, describe it now.
God damn.
You two are trying to actively kill me.
Maybe.
Yes.
Yes, maybe yes.
The conversation shifted into an interrogation, one party in full control and demanding answers.
Where can I get this? Tell me where. How much?
Where's the peanut
Oh, I
butter in the
understand.
other section?
Oh, Jesus Christ, stop. Stop, please let me get through this.
You speak English.
This samurai glared intensely at the captains, but his words did not match his intensity.
Oh God, this is the premium one.
その知り合いっつうのは誰だ？
どうしてそんなことまで言わなきゃならないんだ。あんたたちには関わりのないことだろうが。
関わりがあるかないかは俺たちが判断することだ。いいから答えろよ。
Harada was clearly growing frustrated with the samurai's lack of cooperation. It was clear the samurai.
How much? How much? Tell me, I'll give you the half.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It was clear the samurai had nowhere to run, so he gave in, hoping to be let go.
知ってる絵描き見習いだ。それ以上は言わない。
この絵はそいつから譲り受けたのか、それとも売られてたのか。
El nuestro que está en el cielo.
Fuck.
売り物じゃない。俺が無理に譲ってもらったんだ。
絵はこれ1枚きりか、それとも他に何枚かあるのか。
わからないが、俺が知ってる限りその1枚だけだ。
Oh God, where? Where?
Jesus Christ. Harada held the piece of paper in his hands, exhaling while staring at it pensively.
Oh God.
Nagakura continued.
この絵は俺たちが。
Oh,
今から当初に連行だ。
Second him.
何を言い出すんだ。どうしてあんたたちが俺を。
The desperation in his voice was palpable, but Nagakura and Harada gave him no chance to leave.
You won't tell me where you got this. Which store? At what time? And how much?
Oh my God.
The samurai fired a glance at Harada so sharp it could have cut, but he finally relented. Hi, Soma.
相馬か。ま、運が悪かったと思って諦めろよ。豚書で戦議してみて問題がないって分かれば解放してやる
No,
から
we
さ。
need to know where you got it. Tell us how much. Well, let's give me that.
Despite Heisuke's reassurances, Soma showed no signs of giving up and seethed with anger.
何もしてない俺を連行しようとするあんたたちの言葉なんて信用すると思ってるのか。
Oh, God.
俺たちもできれば穏便
Quick,
に済
like,
ませてやりてえ
question.
んだから。
Real quick.
Hold on. Yes.
The yellow one, what is his name?
Hmm?
The yellow guy with the kimono wear.
They're all wearing kimonos.
Oh yeah, the yellow one, the inner yellow and blue outside.
The guy in the middle.
Middle?
No, on the right. the two katanas.
Heisuke.
Yeah, he looks like the monkey from Monkey Ball. Aye.
What?
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
What?
Let me. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Let me show you a photo.
Nani?
Where is it?
Nani?
Yeah. Found it.
See, you some of the Japanese light. He's using nanny now.
I have been though.
Yeah.
What the
That
fuck?
guy.
What have you sent me?
Check it out.
How?
Oh.
How?
What's the resemblance, dude?
I don't know. It's like the ears and the eyes.
Oh my
I
god!
know that they're blue, but I don't know. Maybe because the yellow.
Oh my
and the ears.
God.
I was like, he looks like a monkey from
Stop! Oh God. that got me. Holy shit, I almost like ran out of breath and passed out. Fucking hell.
That's all that.
Stop.
Now you're going to remember that the whole time.
No.
Yes.
Oh God. Anyway. Heisuke seemed to be acting genuinely to Soma. I was surprised they didn't do anything worse. So we apprehended Soma along with the Ronin from earlier and returned to headquarters. I was still cautious about what the drawing was on the piece of paper. Perhaps it's best that I don't know. The men kept to themselves quietly on our walk. Once we returned to the compound, all the captains were gathered. Eh?
We need to know about the paper.
We're gonna find out, don't worry.
Hmm.
They circled around Soma silently, glaring intently at him. The air was suffocatingly still. I hadn't felt this way at the headquarters since my arrival.
Oh God. He's getting jumped.
What?
おい、
Motherfucker.
さっきは知り合いの絵師だって言ったじゃねえか。
記憶にないな。
No.
おい、てめえ。嘘をつくのもいい加減にしろよ。
ねえ君、何も話すつもりがないなら切っちゃうよ。
Reality is they're always two.
Oh God, Okita. Okita. Okita reached for his sword, but Saito moved his arm in front of him to stop.
待て、掃除。三男さんの話が先だ。
相馬くんと言いましたね。あなたはこの絵を何を描いたものだと思っていますか？
アサギ色の大服を着た新選組大使だろ。
確かに着物はそうですね。ですがこの絵の人物は白髪で目が赤く口が裂けています。
So both of you are wrong. That was the picture.
Nah. They're switching around. They're switching this shit. Give me the real one. This is bullshit.
Like I said, I knew the real thing already.
That's fake news.
I already knew the
we
truth.
thought he was an OnlyFans.
I was waiting for another team.
Oh yeah, I'm fully aware what the fuck your expectations were.
Why we're fighting for that? Man. God damn. Someone hollered. I bet someone's hollered on his back. Please pass that around. I want to. Everyone wants to know.
新選組は鬼のような奴らだって言ってたから、そうなのかなって。
なるほど。鬼ですか。的を射ているかもしれませんね。ところで、新選組のことをよく知っていて、絵の心得がある人物。私たちにも心当たりがないことはありません。
Hmm?
My cat, I don't know. He was choking.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he's good now.
Oh my god.
You okay?
Kitty!
What are you feeding to the kitty?
Nothing. She was just there chilling. By nowhere, she was choking with something.
Soma's eyes grew wide, telegraphing that his secret was revealed by Sun on Sun. He was defeated, nodding to Sun on Sun.
もう一度聞くぞ。 この絵はこれ一枚きりなんだ
な。ああ、捨てるつもりだって言ってたのを無理やりもらってきたからな。だがなんだってこの絵のことで俺がこんな目に遭わなきゃならないんだ。
こんな鬼みてえな絵が市中に出回ってみろ。俺たちの評判が今まで以上に落ちるに決まってるだろうが。
それは確かに。
というわけでこの絵は没収させていただきます。いいですね。
Sun and Sun's rhetorical question left Soma no room to negotiate, leaving him to sigh in defeat.
わかった。好きにしてくれ。俺の疑いもこれで晴れたんだろう。
His face looked haggard, exhausted from stress. Kondo stepped forward slowly and nodded.
相馬くんだったな。俺は会津藩お預かり新選組局長を務めている近藤勇という。うちの大使が手荒な真似をしてしまってすまなかったな。許してほしい。
Kondo exerted his extreme courteousness by bowing deeply and sincerely. Soma was caught off guard by his act of kindness, his eyes growing wide. Instantly, he became flustered.
顔を上げてくれ。あなたは新選組局長なのでしょう。俺みたいな昇進の者に頭を下げるなんて。
That's a change in tone. I don't blame Soma for being so surprised. The samurai way of life dictates that honor and hierarchy are more important than life itself. Supposedly, the punishment for dishonoring yourself can be dishonoring your entire family, even for one poor display of manners.
局長という立場にあるからこそ、己の過ちは素直に認めるべきだと俺は思う。まあ、世に言う武士のあり方とは少し違うかもしれんがな。
本物の侍でありてえと思っちゃいるが、今の武士の腐ったところだけを真似てもしょうがねえからな。
Soma was dumbfounded. He didn't speak or move. It was as if he'd never been shown a similar kindness in his entire life. Kondo glanced kindly at Soma, his eyes trying to communicate a sense of safety.
この絵を描いた伊吹君は元気にしているのかな。
はい、とても。
そうか。それはよかった。なあ、トシ。
そんな奴のことは覚えてねえ。
Hijikata didn't care for Kondo's olive branch. However, Hichikata-san's body language seemed forced, making me feel as if he was secretly relieved that this Ibuki person is doing well. The other captains, too, reflected a collective sense of relief, easing the tensions from earlier. Was this Ibuki a friend of the Shinsengumi? It's strange to think about how large they are, and how many friends they've met and lost in time. It was obvious that Kondo deserved his place as chief, though, for his warm demeanor.
では、そろそろ帰ります。本日の期待の大使の方々に対する数々の無礼、お許しください。
Soma seemed like a completely different person to the man we met earlier, and he bowed deeply. Boop.
それじゃあ、俺はこれで。
Heisuke, Nagakura, and Harada escorted him to the gate. I think they wanted to see him off.
いやー、悪かったな。無理やりこんなところまで連れてきちまって。
そもそもあんたたちが俺から絵を奪い取ったりしなきゃこんなことにはならなかったんだ。
そう言うなよ。あんな物騒なもんを他の奴らに見られてたらもっと大ごとになってたんだぜ。
そりゃそうかもしれないが。
何にせよ龍之介の消息も聞けたんだし、一件落着ってことでよかったんじゃないか。
そうだな。相馬だっけ？ せっかく縁ができたんだし、気が向いたら遊びに来いよ。
遊びにって新選組と関わりを持ったりしたらいろいろと差し障りが。
ああ、そういや普通の半勤めだったな。確かに俺たちなんかと関わってるとバレたら面倒か。
いや、我が班は。
さて、そんじゃそろそろ飯の買い出しに行かねえとな。佐野、英介、付き合ってくれよ。
おう、そんじゃな、相馬。また会おうぜ。
はい。
The three of them hurried off to shop for their dinner ingredients, once again leaving me behind. Soma looked at me shyly, and we both smiled faintly before finding the courage to speak.
そういえば聞くのを忘れていたが、君も新選組の大使なのか。
No. What should we say? I'm not a page. Not anything, actually. I'm not a warrior, though. It's a long story.
I was talking about myself.
Oh my
God. Oh, it's fine.
それじゃ
あ、
俺はそろそろ行く。皆にもよろしく言っておいてくれ。
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
Okay, very. I was talking about myself again.
Oh my.
It happens.
Yeah.
God damn it, I hate these headsets.
Oh, sure. Goodbye. I bowed politely and Soma walked towards the gate. Soma was so full of mystery, reminding me just how far I was from home. I turned my head back to headquarters alone in the bleak summer night. That shouldn't be the end? Hello, Chapter 2.
Fuck you, Chapter 2.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna stop here.
You've been playing the whole time?
Yes?
Almost 5 hours.
Yeah?
The fuck?
It's been that way. Because here's the thing, I don't like leaving off in the middle of a chapter unless I absolutely have to.
Yeah. Right.
Ugh. Anyway, are we ready for tomorrow?
Wait.
Yeah, I think so. I already picked the team.
I need to go and pick the team.
Same.
It's aliens.
Aliens. We're picking aliens. Anyway, it's for me. It starts at 8, so that should start at 7 for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. 4 a.m. PM?
Yeah, PM.
Oh, come like.
Why would it be at the AM?
I don't know.
Anyway.
It happened.
Alright. I'll do at least like an hour of Hakuoki before we go into Splatfest mode for the rest of the weekend.
Oh Jesus.
Just to get something done.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, even though I'll be probably in the middle of a chapter, which is going to be annoying.
Just sprinkle it.
Just sprinkle it. Anyway. It's time to go.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Bye. Bye, stream.
Bye, bye.
Goodbye, chat. Drink water.
Motherfucker.